Good morning, everybody. How are we doing? It's Thursday. Same channel, same time, same bad stream. How are we all doing? We're back at Nuuk in Greenland. We are continuing our European capitals tour. So, where are we? Not that. We want New Sky. Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. So, My Airlines, Airnaut. Come down to the trophies, Euro capitals. This is what we're doing. We've been making our way over to Greenland. So we did Heathrow, Eddy to Keflavik to Nuuk, and now we've got a long old slog from Nuuk over to Vagar in the Faroe Islands. So should be a fairly interesting approach, I think it's fair to say. Generally they get a bit tasty in the Faroe Islands. We're in the A319 today because that must be grumpy, because we don't really want to go in anything much bigger just in case we don't make it. So go arounds are very, very likely today. It's about a 3-hour jaunt over, a little bit longer than I'd like, to be honest. I was talking to Grumpy last night on Discord. I was sort of saying to him that these long cruises are not my favourite. I always live in fear that chat's going to go dead, and I'm just going to be sat here like really awkwardly for 3 hours. So that's like a little background fear that I have, but that's fine. It's not about me. Tragically, the coffee machine made a coffee, and it kind of made all these weird noises, almost like it was getting clogged up. And the coffee isn't good this morning, so just letting you know where I'm at. So who have we got in? We've got Pacific, we've got Gaming X, Tony's in, Mike's in, Jack's in, Philip's in, Mike is in, and Pacific's in again. Hour and a half max for me. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I think like an hour. Like I love little flights like Gatwick to Eddy, Eddy to Bergen, Bergen to Hamburg, Hamburg down to Leipzig. Like, just keep it short and sweet, Do you know what I mean? Linus is in, Adam's in on Twitch, and Dylan's also in on Twitch. Nice. Twitch is lighting up. Happy days. Also, I think I've got a slug in the shed. And I can't find him anywhere. Now, this happened about 1.5 years ago. Every time I'd come in the morning, I'd see all these slug trails over my carpet. And I could not find the slug. Like, I looked everywhere for this slug. It's almost like that episode of Breaking Bad with the, is it The Fly? I was going crazy. Absolutely crazy. Anyway, I was sat, playing Call of Duty one evening, and all of a sudden I just felt this weird disgustingness on my arm, and I looked down, and it's the bloody slug. He'd crawled up my chair and crawled onto my arm, and I was delighted, because that meant I found him. It's kind of like, there you are, right, let's put you out in the garden where you belong. And now there's another slug in here. So I don't know how they're getting in. Unless, I don't know, unless They come in when the doors open. But slugs don't move very quick, do they? Anyway, slug talk over. Morning, Brian. Let's get things fired up, shall we? Let's start up the top. Batteries on. We'll take external power. We'll arm the lights. Turn that music down, it's a bit loud, isn't it? No smoking lights on. Navs 1, 2, 3. One thing I like about cheers, Brian. Is that 4 months, Brian? It's really weird. Like, who was it? Thomas the other day resubbed, and it was like 11 months. And no disrespect to Thomas, but I still sort of think of Thomas as like a recent member. And I was like, 11 months. Like, time flies, right? I appreciate all the support, really I do. We need it at the moment. I feel like the channel's in the toilet, to be honest. But never mind, that's not your problem. Load aircraft, boarding and refueling. What's going on, Tony? Back and forth with Phoenix support. EFB says unable to connect. Oh dear. Have you tried a total reinstall, I guess? Oh, you're in the sim, Philip. Nice. Kaitak. You got the projectors sorted then? Wasp is still salty after a bad landing. Here they come, look. Who's that over there then? Int corner. Oh, it's Linus. Of course it is. Says me 308 Papa. Nice. Anything on? Of course there isn't. Of course there isn't. Do you often get much ATC at these parts? I'm presuming probably not, right? I've had nav failures with the Phoenix when failures are turned off. Not nav failures, Mike, but I have had... What was it? We were coming into... Where was it? Was it Ibiza? And we changed views. And I went from like a wing view back to the cockpit view. Then I sort of heard that clunk, you know, like when the power changes. And just lights out. Then I go to the external view and the rat's deployed. And yeah, managed to get the engines restarted, but we had like system failures all the way down. Tony, if you can get into Vagar with a max 8, maximum respect to you. Maximum respect. Oh my. My yoke cam seems awfully overexposed. Easy. $750. You can add the 757 in Vagar. Alright, when the Bluebird gets here, we'll do that. For my sins last night, I was looking at the livery for the Airbus, for the Phoenix. I feel like we need a bit of a livery refresh, because when the new planes come out for 24, we're going to need to redo the liveries, and when the Neos come out, we're going to need to redo the liveries. So I thought maybe it's an opportunity to just redo the livery. Just tweak it a little bit. Because I'm kind of liking how the cargo livery looks on the 777. If you compare and contrast the passenger variant to the freighter, I much prefer the freighter, because the line doesn't drop as low along the belly. So we'll keep the lines higher, and we'll sort of stop them here over the wing so they don't go all the way to the front. And then we have like air knot here, separate from the lines. I don't know. I'll put some designs in the Discord. I'll let you all vote on it. And then Grumpy will make it all for us. Thanks, Grumpy. I'm not doing it. Hit Edinburgh at 200 knots. Everything failed the other night. Had no landing gear until I was 300 feet. Don't know. Right, what's going on here? Are we fueling? Nice. Fuel is what we're taking today. 11,000 kilos. 136 planned. Cargo. Fine. Let's ATSU do a bit of work over here. Init data request. Alright. Departing. Arriving. I need to remember my flight number, because we're not Air 232, we're Air 308 Papa. I'm going to forget that instantly. Okay, what's the plan then? So we take off runway 04, head north. We should get some cracking views actually, shouldn't we? Look at this. That's what I like to see. Some land peppered with lakes. You know you're going to get some good views. Over Greenland. Over to Iceland. Almost directly over Keflavik. Not quite, but near enough. Keep cracking on, and then... and then the fun stuff starts. Into Vagar. Runway 12 is planned. Look here, it says 0 arrivals available, so no stars. We can do an RNAV Victor. Or an RNAV Whiskey. Oh, what do we do? RNAV Victor, probably. Oh, hang on, Wasp is saying something. I'm going to sneeze. Bloody hay fever. RNAV Victor, runway 12 via Magni. Oh, that makes that easier then. So, presumably, Wasp, you're not going to go to the Mike Yankee waypoint and then on to VGC 91. We'll probably just go direct Magni. Morning, Tim. Nice to see you. Look, I haven't seen you in a while, Tim. You alright? Who's gone bankrupt? Take out the last 2 waypoints. Yeah, agreed. Agreed. Flight number, let's see if I can remember it. Air 308 Papa? It is. Oh man, I'm feeling hay fevery. Cost index 53. Cruising 370. No mucking around today in the Phoenix. Still fueling. Bloody hell, going to be here all morning. A little bit of surgery, damn. Get well soon. Route that you're using is built wrong because people keep filing terminal waypoints in their routes, and I didn't get a chance to submit a compliant route in time. Oh, Do I have the 737 MAX? No, I don't. Although I'm thinking about it. I am thinking about it. Because if we were to get it, and it was decent enough, could potentially uninstall 2020, couldn't we? Because really, the 7.3 is the only thing that keeps me going back. Now, in an ideal world, I would prefer that we had PMDG 737s in 24, but we don't. So, we'll have to wait for that, which is fair enough. I don't mind waiting. Why is it taking so long to fuel this bloody plane? Come on. It's nearly done. Yes, I'm an airline tycoon. Right, wind request. I feel like there could be a fart joke in there somewhere, but I haven't quite nailed it yet, you know? I'll let you know when I figure it out. We need Off-World, he'd figure it out. Hi, Judge! Insert uplink, there we go. Right, so we're out of here on 04. We can do this for now, can't we? 04. On the Dodfo to Alpha. Then into EKVG. Arnav. Where is it? Arnav Victor. 1, 2. Via Magni. Again, possibly subject to change. C-130 just flew over you. Oof. Hello from the Faroe Islands. Hello. We'll see you soon. Never ever flown there on the sim. Never ever done it. I say it'll be probably a good 3 hours before we're there yet. We've got a long old slog ahead of us. Which is good though, because it gives me some time to have a bit of breakfast, because I haven't eaten anything today. I got up late. I had one of those mad panics where, you know, like you're having a dream and you can hear your alarm clock, and then you wake up and you're like, oh my god. Yeah, that happened this morning. Weather in the Faroe Islands looks okay for now. Sounds ominous. There we go. Fuel's done. Oh, I feel so hay fevery and congested. I started rubbing my eyes last night. I was just sat on the sofa and I rubbed my eyes and I was like, oh, this is so satisfying. And then I was like, don't do it. Stop, stop, stop. And I regretted it ever since. If my own airline existed in real life, that would be not good. I suspect. Best we keep things virtual. Where's Linus? Linus is over there. I don't know where that truck's going. Where are you going to take it, GSX? Where are you going to take it? Off it goes. Jolly good. Brim, how's it going? I've done it again. Booked a new Sky flight, started the flight, departed, then realised I hadn't started the new Sky app. Once you departed, you can't start. Yep, that's right. Sucks, doesn't it? I've never done that, Brim, honest. The worst one is on a turnaround. It doesn't, you know, quite often, obviously, if you've got the app open, it will come up with like a little ding-dong and it will like prompt you to start it. On a turnaround, it won't. And that's really annoying. Especially if you're doing a thing today where you're trying to do like, you know, awards. Like we're actually flying to hopefully complete an award today. I did have a button on my Stream Deck where basically I press it and it loads every single app that I need to get started. The Sim, New Sky, Spad.next, Sim Toolkit Pro, Flight Recorder, vPilot, and then I've got a window repositioning app, so it will, you know, put all the different windows on all my right monitors in all the right positions, all the right sizes, and it stopped working, and I need to figure out why, because I really enjoyed that. Now, is GSX still playing up in that you have to click board passengers now to actually get them to start coming? I've got...
Bus is coming.
Yeah, there it goes. Here it comes. Everyone ready for some insane realism? Actually, it's not doing too bad at the moment. Normally it whizzes across the apron. Oh, there it goes. There's your Increase realism in Microsoft Flight Simulator with this add-on. Bloody hell. That's a video title right there. Jack, we're departing Dodfo to Alpha. Hey man, I've got a question. In the PMDG 737, when I start the right engine, it doesn't ignite. Do you have a solution for it? My hardware is the Thrustmaster Airbus. Have you got your packs off? And do you have the engine into ground on the top panel? TAF shows the potential for OVC 003 around the time of landing, so that'll be fun. Oof. Maybe you've got a conflict then, Kerem, in your control bindings, maybe? What I do is I use spad.next. Let me show you. Now, it's a payware app, I'll grant you, but there is a trial, I believe. So I've unbound all of the controls for my throttles in the sim. So in the sim, nothing is mapped. And then I've handed it off to spad.next. Here it is. And you've got like the left add-on, the right add-on, engine 1 and 2. And then you can download, there's a little button here, online snippets. And you can download online snippets that other people have developed. So it's kind of like community driven. And then it basically ensures that all your stuff works because someone else has made sure it works. And if you fly different planes, like I do, you see I've got a profile here for the Phoenix, and you see the little red planes next to the Phoenix. That means we're running the Phoenix profile. It will auto-detect the plane you're in and auto-switch. If I was to jump into a 737, it would auto-detect and switch to my 737 profile. It's just a very nice way to, you know, not have to stress about your controls too much. And it can also do like logic as well. So spad.next can look at whether you're on the ground or not. For example, if I was to turn my engines off on the ground, chances are I actually want to turn my engine off because I'm on the ground. If I do it mid-air in cruise, chances are that was a mistake. So if I turn my engines off mid-air, it won't work. The price is...
Passengers bus is coming.
Stand by. So the website is spadnext.com. Here it is. How much is it? What did I buy? I think I just bought this one. I bought the €25 one. But I believe you can get a 7-day trial. Spad.next comes with a 14-day trial. After the 14 days, a valid license key is required. No refunds will be granted if you don't make use of the 14-day trial and recognise Spad.next is not working for you. London Gatwick de-icer, thank you for the follow, buddy. Had to double check that as I read that. Is that LGW? That is London Gatwick, isn't it? Right, come on you lot, we need to go. 5 minutes till departure, according to New Sky, and we've got, oh, in fairness, almost everyone's ready. Alright, let's get the APU fired, get the fuel pumps on, because fuel has finished, and we'll do APU master, 1, 2, 3, APU start. Morning, Roy. It is Gatwick. Oh, cool. We're doing good. Slightly apprehensive about the landing today when we get to the Faroe Islands. Never been there, so we'll see. I didn't know you could spread it across PCs, Brian. That's cool. Kristen, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Appreciate you all. Am I doing the waterfall approach? Oh my goodness. PSX747 Atlas, thank you for the follow on Twitch. What's happening to Twitch? Twitch is going crazy. Good morning. The waterfall approach. We're doing runway... Well, I can show you. It's probably the easiest way. So we're coming in over Iceland. We're doing the runway 12 Arnav Victor. So we're going to come in at Magni. So we'll neglect to go to Mike Yankee and then on to here. Only to then... Whoops. Only to then have to come back. So then we'll come in around here. That's a very last minute turn, isn't it? Damn. Go around and be likely, I would say. But it's alright, we'll have plenty of time. I know it's a long flight, but we'll have plenty of time to actually do any go-arounds if we need to. We'll send all this load information to the MCDU. Do our departure 04. It is not dry, it's wet. Sync the load sheet. Sync the weather. Calculate, so it wants us on a flaps 2. Up 0.8 trim, 113, 126, 130. Brilliant, thank you bus for driving through me. Insane realism. Send to MCDU. So, that's interesting. It says we're going to have 4.4 tons on board. That should be alright though. Right, init page B is in. And performance data is in. Alright. Flight plan is in. Lucid will do another video on Beyond ATC as well. Because I do own it, so we can test. Good. APU's fired. Let's get the APU bleed on. Let's get the passengers strapped in. Let's get the beacon on. Ka-dunk. There we go.
Due to icing conditions, please stand by for engine start until push is completed and brakes are set.
Okay. Okay, initial climb clearance, we don't have anything because it says it's by, done through ATC here.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Yeah, Aaron, I was looking at it before we went live the other day, and it's like, without it, you've kind of got 2 runways, haven't you? And one of which is a taxiway, so it's like the airport's been totally redone. There is a free one I found out after I'd paid the £8, which I was slightly annoyed about. But I guess, whatever. We've paid for it now. QNH 1001. Brian, I was just talking about, I didn't know you could run SPAD on 2 computers.
Locking gear.
Oh, I see, Linus. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it was about £8, so I figured, why not? So, this is going to be a backtrack job, isn't it? So, I suppose we could just turn ourselves out of here, couldn't we? That's kind of the point, is it not? Looking at these markings. Am I right in thinking that? New pilot application on New Sky. Yeah. I think we can get ourselves out of here. How do I tell GSX not to bother? I want to interrupt pushback.
Due to icing conditions, please stand by for engine start until push is completed and brakes are set.
Oh, this is going to be a problem now, isn't it? My audio's bugging. What's wrong with the audio? That'll do. Thank you. Oh, for God's sake. What's the plane done now? Stall, stall. Right, well, let's start an engine then, shall we? It could be just Twitch, Dylan, to be fair. We don't have clearance because there is no ATC online for us at the moment. No traffic, Air 8308 Papa, engine start at 0, stand 2 for a self turn out of 02. Well, that was terrible.
Nuke traffic and 056 Papa, ditto the last.
Ladies and gentlemen, please observe the cabin crew member closest to you as we are about to demonstrate the safety features aboard our Airbus A319. Thank you.
Aha! New Sky, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard our Airbus A319. Please pay attention to illuminated signs and crew instructions, including the following safety procedures. The safety card found in your seat pocket contains important information about exit routes, oxygen masks, life jackets, and if you hear, brace. There are 8 emergency exits on this.
I love the sound of these engines. I could just sit and listen to it. Well, I do sit and listen to it, obviously. Given how much we
Emergency lighting will guide
fly.
you to an exit. In an emergency, leave all baggage on board. Your seatbelt is fastened, adjusted, and released as shown.
Let's go flaps 2.
Whenever the seatbelt signs are on, we recommend that you keep it fastened at all times. If the air supply fails, masks will drop from above you. Pull a mask towards you to start the oxygen. Put
Okay, auto brake set to max. Arm the brakes. We could do a single engine taxi, I suppose, but we'll wait. We're not EasyJet after all. How's it going, William? They are IAEs, Aaron. There we go.
No traffic from 1641 at 10-6, taxiing via the apron to holding point Alpha, runway 04, no traffic.
And traffic air not 308 Papa, turning out of stand 2 for taxiing to the apron for runway 04 also. Didn't know Faroe Islands Airlines flew from Nook, they do today. Right. Why are we not moving? Right, let's see if we can follow the line, shall we? Cheers, Crafton. Why is my wheel locked? Cheers, Benny. What in the world is going on? Look. Why is it doing this? What's going on? Okay, it's working now. What is going on? Feels like there's a bit of a problem here. Morning, Stu. Sorry, Linus. Thanks for waiting, Linus. Sorry. Because I need new rudder pedals, isn't it? That's what it is. Do takeoff config. Normal predictive wind shear is off. We'll do that right before we line up. lock my chair in position, keep me sat upright for takeoff. How do my rudders do the nose wheel steering? Well, they kind of do. I mean, obviously in the real plane they wouldn't, but you can set it up in control so they do. I mean, by default they do. Okay. Just want to check nothing's on final. Or likely to be coming in on final. Nope, it would seem not. Okay. Nook traffic air 308 Papa entering runway 04 for a backtrack for a 04 takeoff on the Dodfo 2 Alpha departure. Jolly good. Start the clock. Predictive wind shear. Let's get out there. And my toe brakes glitched. I think they were. Well, I don't know. It's like the wheel just sort of went all the way round, and then I think it was less my brakes, and I think it was more perhaps my rudder got a bit confused. I need to get some TPRs. That's what I need to do. I've had enough. I'm not taking it no more. Yeah, that's what made me think that AIEs do taxi on idle, don't they? But it is wet and cold. Yeah, it feels like I'm having to give it quite a lot to keep it moving. Like here. You hear that? It is weird. Well, at least we'll stop nice and quickly into the Faroe Islands. TPRs and a tiller. That's what we need. How do you play Flight Sim in 4K? With a very beefy graphics card. Otherwise, don't. Would be my advice to you. At traffic air 308 Papa taking off runway 04 Dodfo 2 Alpha departure. No traffic.
Look traffic Greenland 641 via Alpha backtracking runway 22 behind the departing Airline Airbus. We're going to be departing runway 04 look traffic.
Could be that there's ice, actually. No. Let's go. Okay, SRS. Why am I not getting a flex temp on my PFD? V1. Rotate. Positive climb, gear up. Too bad we can't see very much. I knew I'd forgotten something. Levers climb. No traffic, air not 308 per par, airborne 2,500 feet. Yeah, Brian, I think it might be time to get rid. To be perfectly honest.
Traffic Greenland 41 taking off from way 04, a blue open off of departure into my level 680 in the center.
Traffic air 056 Bahar, behind departing A321, backtracking runway 04 for 04 departure. Look traffic.
Do I fly the 777? Yeah, the freighter, mostly. Mostly the freighter. Yeah, I think either GSX or my rudders are the culprit, to be honest. I think the fact that we restarted GSX might have upset things. Good call, homie Mel. I was too busy yapping.
Traffic Greenland 641 airborne runway 04, that's 1,100 coming 320, Eagle 01 Alpha, that's called with today.
Probably not going to get the FS Labs, to be honest. Probably not. Oh, I feel like we've missed out on some cracking scenery here, potentially, because of the cloud cover. Why does watching this stream make me want to put 2K into a graphics card? Don't do it. Don't do it. In fact, I need to sell my 4080 Super. I need to get on that. Right, autopilot 1. Let's get lights off. 10,000 feet. Disable the spoilers. Right, see you in 3 hours, I'm off.
56 Bahar, rolling runway 04.
Yeah, the Nvidia stuff's so dear at the moment, isn't it? Really, really dear. Lanky, thanks you for 7 months. Damn. 7 months on Twitch. Cheers, Lanky. We can just see some mountains poking up there, can't we? Cheers, Lanky. Appreciate that, mate. Couldn't do it without you. Thank you very much. Oh, it's a shame we're going to miss out so much of Greenland. What can you do, though? 7 months since affiliate. Yeah. It's weird. Twitch is doing all right. All things considered. Like, if you consider I've got 25k on YouTube and 1k on Twitch, proportionally, Twitch is doing way better. Brian, this morning I started on Sim Update 3, and then I loaded in and it crashed. And this is at like 12 minutes past 9, and I was due to start at 9:15. So I then quickly panicked, rolled back to Sim Update 2, and here we are. No, wait. Yeah, that's right. I thought it was the other way around. It is. I'm on Sim Update 2 at the moment. Usually a Thursday, isn't it? They'll release a Sim update. Yeah, I don't know. All I know is I tried Sim Update 3 this morning and it crashed. It's been alright otherwise. I mean, it may come out. I don't know, like today. It's normally a Thursday, isn't it, if they're going to do it? And maybe they do it on FS weekend? Or not FS weekend, FS Expo weekend. Who knows? Right, I think we can let him out. Oh, look at that for a view. Lanky, there will be a video soon. It's a combination of 3D printing and MDF cutting, so there's going to be a DIY vlog soon. July the 8th is the date for Sim Update 3. Oh. How'd you know that? Do I use SPAD for everything, including axes, etc.? No, I mostly use it just for the throttles and for my radio panels over there. Trouble is with those radio panels, aside from the fact they look like they're from the mid-90s, is that they've only got 5 digits. And of course, if you were to look down here, we have 6 digits in the radio frequency, 122.800, which is fine if it ends in a 0, but what if it's 124.850? Or 855, for example. So SPAD will move everything along 1 digit. Ah, they've done a Q&A. Fine. So yeah, mostly throttles and mostly radio panels. What I would like is for Wingflex to add their FCU cube to have SPAD support. Because then we could start making Boeing profiles for it, which I think would be very cool. Very, very cool. Cheers, Crispy. Because you could have a great experience with the Boeing on this. Like, for example, LNAV, you would push the heading bug, and then for heading select, you would pull it. push for VNav on the altitude, pull for altitude intervene. It would all map across quite nicely. Fairly sure of it. What are my thoughts on buying the FS Labs A321 Neo? I probably won't be buying it. It's just too much money for something that is so similar to what I already own. Not to mention we're getting a Neo from Phoenix really soon as well. And that's before you start looking at the whole history saga thing. I don't know. I probably won't. I feel like Phoenix offers us such incredible products at such incredible value, and I kind of feel like they deserve a bit of loyalty on that front, really. Oh, look at that. My ETA for Magni is... in fact, I need to delete these waypoints, don't I? Because that's not going to help. So, going direct to Magni. 11:53. Right, it's no good. It's nearly 28 degrees in here. I'm going to have to put the AC on. Can't do it. I always try and hold off with the AC as much as possible. But there comes a point where you just need it. Right, where are we all then? Linus, have you taken a shortcut? Anything on in the UK then? Manny's on. That's not so bad. Manny's on. Heathrow Towers. God, Heathrow looks busy. Look at that. First thing in the morning. Kays, thanks for follow, buddy. Damn. Look at Heathrow. Paris Orly. Luxembourg. Brussels. Hamburg's on. No Bergen yet. We might have time to get to Bergen yet. How long is it from Faroe to Bergen? Or Faroe Islands. Faroe Islands, however you say it. I feel like I need to adjust my mic settings because they feel like they're broken. If my mic goes weird, don't panic, alright? Is that any better? No, it's not. Is that any better? No, it's not. Is that any better? I'm trying to set up a noise gate on my mic because all I can hear is static. Maybe it's because of the gain. How's that? Is that any better? Is that any better? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Let me know if you can hear me. Yeah, I'm in the Go XLR settings right now, Lanky. So I've just dropped my gain from 50 to 48 dB, and I've just put in a tiny bit of threshold. I'm just concerned that every time I talk, there's like a background buzz, and it is mostly gone. I think. I don't know. Mic is fine? Okay. I mean, NVIDIA Broadcast is cleaning it up as well, so hopefully... Hopefully that'll do something. No, Benny, no background in aviation. Nothing. Mic is fine. I'll have to rely on NVIDIA Broadcast to clean it up then. Let's not activate approach phase. That would be very bad. Signed up to be a controller in the UK division. The waiting list is crazy. Yeah, Benny, I've heard about that. I've heard about that. Well, in fact, Wasp in YouTube chat, I think he's looked to do it a few times, but the waiting list was just crazy. I mean, it's good. It's good in one sense that, you know, the waiting list is so long that, you know, it's people are being trained properly. But at the same time, there must be so many people out there that have got so much to offer that can't because of the waiting list. And, you know, this time of day, I'm always like, oh, there's never any ATC online, blah, 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 blah. Well, maybe there could be if there are more people, but then those people need to get trained properly, so it's a bit of a chicken and egg thing, isn't it? Position 908. So potentially, there can, in a year's time, there'll be another 908 controllers. Lanky, what's your gate? Okay, Wasp is saying, tried in the UK, but the wait was crazy, so I've transferred to Norway, due to begin training in September. Sweet. Oh, Grumpy, we can come and visit you when you're controlling. I've got my S1 seminar in a month's time, and I've waited 2 years for my slot. Flip. That's wild, isn't it? Do you think it's because of Microsoft Flight Simulator, to a point, that all this interest has peaked? And now VATSIM is just like, we can't cope until all those people file through and become controllers, and then become training controllers, and then they can control the next one. Cheers, Lanky. Would I recommend the 4080? De-icer, it depends. It depends on your resolution. At 4K, hand on heart, I can't recommend it. Yeah, Brim, I know what you mean. I think that's healthy in a way, though, the fact that even, like, I don't know how many hours in I am now, probably 100, 200, 300 maybe. I still feel like, oh no, I can't go to that airport because it's too big and scary and I might mess up. I still feel that way about certain airports. So, at the same time, though, I think that's healthy because I kind of feel like it keeps you on your game. Falky says, by the way, I want to thank you for your videos. Thanks, man. Also really like your technical stuff about sim settings and comparison videos about different settings. There are many snake oil videos out there and tips around. Yeah, that's kind of why I make them, really. The thing is, I've got a background in IT, so I feel like I can actually... I feel like if I log on to like the Facebook flight sim group, just constantly, all day long, people are going on about performance and stuff, and I feel like I can actually help. The flip side of that is that if I try and upload a video that isn't about that, it does really poorly. So I feel like I've hemmed myself in. Like, if you look at my last two videos, the Say Intentions one and the flight to Edinburgh, those are like kind of full flight videos that have been edited down. And I stand by the fact they're good videos, but they're just not getting watched. And YouTube tells me in the back end, it goes, your normal subscribers aren't watching this as often, or less of your subscribers are choosing to click through to this. Therefore, it's getting fewer views on YouTube because they're not going to recommend it to others based on the fact that my own subscribers haven't really watched much of it or bothered to click through. And I started thinking about it, and I was like, well, maybe that's because they didn't subscribe to me for that. You know? Maybe they subscribed to me for the news, the analysis, the comparisons, the this, the that, the other. And if I put out a full flight video, they're like, nah, I don't want to watch that. So my plan is to keep trying, because I don't want to become one of these YouTubers that just makes videos about flight sim all day long and then doesn't actually do any flight simming. There's a serious risk that would happen, and I felt it during the 2024 launch, because all I did was just like make video after video after video after video. And then there came a point where I was like, I haven't flown in like a month. And then when I did fly, I was terrible. So, yeah. I would like to make more full flight videos, but I'm just concerned that the amount of effort and hours they take to make, if they're going to get 1,000 views, I might as well not bother. That's the problem. That's the problem. Now, there is a way you can do it on YouTube. When you upload a video, there's a tick box that says publish to my subscribers, and that's how generally I think it works. So I'll upload a video, publish it to my subscribers, my sort of most active, most keen subscribers get offered it first. If they watch a bunch of it, it will then sort of spread out a bit wider to my next most keen subscribers. If they watch a bunch of it, it will go to the next level, and before you know it, you've sort of reached the general populace that are outside of your subscriber base. That's kind of the goal, really, is to kind of break through each layer. And that's how you get a video that ends up doing like 150k views or something, because you kind of break through your subscriber base, all layers of your subscriber base based on their interest and their frequency of watching. If they start going, yep, then YouTube's like, right, let's throw it to like a really big audience and see if they like it. But of course, if the first round of people are just like, no, we came here for, graphics card comparisons, not VATSIM flights, if they don't watch it, then it just goes and it kind of just dies on the vine. So I think my next full flight VATSIM video, I'm not going to tick that publish to subscribers. I'm just going to not publish it to subscribers. And see if that way YouTube will have to find an audience for it itself, rather than relying on my subscribers that might not want it so much. Have I thought about doing short flights, allowing me to publish more? No, it's not the flight time. The flight time is the small part of it, really. It's the editing, it's the thumbnails, it's the... I was editing that Say Intentions video for about 5 hours yesterday. And so far it's done 1,000 views, which is crap. That has absolutely fallen flat on its face. Not to be too blunt about it, but I might as well have not bothered. If it doesn't, go beyond where it's gotten to. I know you guys are saying nice things about it, and I appreciate that. But in terms of a financial endeavour, no. Not worth it in the slightest. Which is why I like the live streams in a way, because today I'm doing a live stream and then I'll hit stop streaming and then it's done. The snag with watching full flight videos after the event is that it's all a bit ho-hum until the approach. You talking about streams, 707? Like when I say a full flight video, I'm talking about I'm talking about I'll do a flight not on stream, record it, edit it into a video, condense it into about 15-20 minutes. Oh yeah, editing is tough. Again, that's why I like lives, because it's one and done. You know, we're here now, we're doing it. When I stop at whatever time this afternoon, there's no more work to do. The work's been done. And I feel like they're more honest. Not that I hide things from you when I make a video, but there's nowhere to hide on a stream. If it goes wrong on stream, it goes wrong on stream. And I used to really fear that, like massively. When I first started, I was like, "Oh God, what if? Yeah, what if I can't program the MCDU properly? What if this? What if that?" Whereas now, I just couldn't care less. Couldn't care less. So yeah, I think I need to start doing a full flight video, maybe 1 or 2 a month, and not publish it to my YouTube subscribers, because I feel like if people didn't sub to me for that, those videos are constantly going to die. Unless I'm just super persistent and wait it out for like 2 years of just doing one every week. Try and wean people off of them a little bit. Would it be possible to make a VATSIM communications tutorial? I kind of have. I've done like a how to start on VATSIM without the stress video. That one did really well. That one's doing well, that video. Problem is that you can run out of topics to like make a video on. There's only so many steps, you know, only so much stuff you can do a video on that's like topic based. You know, if a graphics card comes out, you can test it. Or if I get a new graphics card, I can test it, and then the video's done. If a new bit of kit comes out, we can test it, and the video's done. If there's a sim update, basically you're kind of relying on external factors in order to give you content opportunities. Whereas you can do a flight whenever you like, as long as it's reasonably fun and of interest to people. I mean, the other alternative is that my full flight videos suck compared to other creators that I see do very, very well with them. I'm totally open to that possibility that I need to just get better at them. Get the edits tighter, make them more entertaining, maybe a bit more light-hearted, maybe I'm a bit too serious, I don't know. Like there's all sorts that could be at play. It was your first flight on VATSIM video that got me using it. Yeah, I nearly didn't publish that. Or I nearly didn't record it. I had it in my head that I was just going to sit in the shed on my own, offline, and just get the first flight done, get the nerves out of the way. I don't want anyone to see it. And I was just going to do it, and then I would start making content on VATSIM. And then I thought, well, that's stupid. Why don't you show people your first go? And literally, I was at the gate, and I thought, all right, I'll press record, and I'll talk to you as I do it. It was a good decision, that. Because that video's made hundreds of pounds as a result. That was definitely a financial decision. Cheers, guys. Yeah, I'm just trying to, you know, be mindful of the fact that I do need to improve the videos. It might not be that I'm being punished by the algorithm or anything. It probably means that they're not good enough. Could be that. Every time I've sort of, you know, been sort of shaking my fist at the algorithm, in about 6 months' time I look back and I was like, oh yeah, dude, your content sucked. That's why. The videos weren't good enough. So we'll see. But I do enjoy the streaming. If I could stream 5 days a week and not make another video ever again, I would do it. To be honest with you. That's how much I enjoy the streaming. Not that I don't like making the videos. I do enjoy making the videos. They are a... I enjoy kind of the creative process of like planning to filming to editing to thumbnailing. That is a fun process, and it's very satisfying when people watch. But it really hurts when no one watches. Totally hurts. Yeah, Brim, I couldn't do that. I was thinking about it yesterday. I kind of thought maybe I need to be more like that in those kind of full flight videos, to be this kind of entertaining figure, and I'm like, that's not you. Like, anyone that knows me would be like, what the hell, that's not you. Just don't even... You know, kind of amongst my friends and people that know me, I'm kind of the borderline grumpy, dry sense of humour kind of guy. I'm not sure I could kind of sit here and be like, oh, guys, oh my god. You know, all that sort of stuff. That's really not my vibe. Maybe I should do that, but do it ironically. Wasper's gone for coffee. How's it going, Connor? That'd be naff. Then it's settled, 707. That's the future channel direction. But yeah, we'll just keep at it. I think consistency is one of the biggest things. That's definitely one of the biggest things. Just keep showing up. You win some, you lose some. And it's weird because like some videos, that livery video, how to make your own livery, when I uploaded that, YouTube was like, this is a 10 out of 10 video. And that's not a good thing on YouTube. 10 out of 10 means out of your last 10 videos, this is the worst. You need a 1 out of 10. Really, that's what you want to see. And I was like, oh man, that took so long to make. I was like, spent hours working on that video. And I was like, oh well, screw it, whatever, on to the next one. And then 6 months later I look back and it's got thousands and thousands of views. I was like, oh damn. Same with the how to start on VATSIM without the stress video. Like I uploaded it. It did alright, it got like, 2,000 or 3,000 views, and I was like, oh well, fine. At least it's helped someone, that kind of thing, But then you take your eye off the ball and you keep focusing on the next video and the next video, and you forget that the ones you left behind are actually still kind of growing. So you do need to keep that in mind. And it's really easy to become so entitled, and I just listened to myself then, like, oh, only 2,000, 3,000 views. I would have killed for 2,000 or 3,000 views when I first started this. Like, that was like dizzying heights, 2,000 or 3,000, because I was struggling to get above 50. So you've got to watch yourself, is what I'm trying to say. Off to Vagar. Yes, we are. Morning, David, from Johannesburg. I was going to say you're up early, but actually you're on a similar time zone to the UK, aren't you? Because actually, like, vertically, it's not that far off, is it? I don't know. Anyway, sorry for turning this into a mini therapy session for me in the YouTube channel. There are times where you just feel like you're constantly running up a hill. And I've been feeling that way since January, February time, to be honest with you. Less so in the last couple of months, but the last week or so I've been feeling it again. No, Jan, I'm not. We're GMT +2. Yeah, so not a huge difference, is it, I suppose? Where's the flight status overlay from? That is from SimToolkit Pro. It's only for the stream, though. Do you think restricting your fly-along flights to VATSIM puts people off from joining in? I mean, that's up to them. I mean, they could just fly along on whatever, you know. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the way I look at it, people are welcome to join, or they cannot really. I think I mean, I wouldn't want to not use VATSIM just so people could join in on standard multiplayer. That'd be, God, that'd be horrific, wouldn't it? Imagine doing that, standard multiplayer. Ugh. It'd be a free-for-all. Hello, Dan. Dan, we never did spec your PC for you, did we? Is this Flight Sim 24? Yeah, we're on Sim Update 2. I was on 3 this morning, but then it crashed. So I was like, and this was at like 3 minutes before I was about to go live. I was like, oh my god! So I quickly rolled back to 2, and you know, touch wood, we're all right. It'd maybe help grow the channel. Maybe, maybe not. Generally, I find those that want to fly along are more interested in flying along and less interested in the channel itself. Not all. That is a trend I've noticed. Good morning from Bozeman. Bozeman. Where's that? Is that US? Bozeman. Where have I heard that from? Is Bozeman in the US? Montana, of course. Of course. 50 people in the stream, but only 13 likes. Unbelievable. Right, guys. What are you doing? Hit that like button. Smash that like button. Smash that subscribe button. See, I can be a viral YouTuber. I can do this. I just need to start adding shocked faces to the thumbnail streams. That's what I need to do. That's going to fix all of my YouTube woes. That's it. We figured it out. What will solve my problem is more coffee and some breakfast. I haven't had anything to eat yet because I woke up very late in a panic. Cheers, Feeble. That boat sailed. I'm all set up. Just got the Phoenix, learning how to use it. Nice. Yeah, Linus is disconnected. Wasp for a bit. Oh, Roy, thank you for subbing on Tier 1 on Twitch for 2 months. 2 months already. It is shocking, isn't it, how quickly time goes? And I'm sure it's only getting quicker. Oh, Lee's done a fry-up. Oh, I could murder a fry-up. It's so good I don't live near a Wetherspoons. Like, I live in, like, the ass end of nowhere. Like, we can't get food deliveries, we can't get Ubers, we can't get... There's no Wetherspoons nearby. Which is just as well, because I'd be as fat as a pig, I think, if all that stuff was out. We went to London, sort of took the kids to see the sights, and we got there. And my wife was like, oh, we can get Uber. And I was like, never mind Uber, we can get Uber Eats. Man, that was so cool. Like, I know to a lot of you, you're going to be like, really? Like, you're impressed by Uber Eats? I was like, yeah, seriously, I'm impressed by Uber Eats. Rich, how are you, mate? The older you get, the quicker it goes. Yeah, you're right. Morning, Bob. Yeah, I mean, if there was like a Wetherspoons within a 5-minute walk, God, I'd be walking up every 2 minutes for like a breakfast. I'd be unstoppable. 6 months till Christmas. There you go. Delta Yankee's got it sussed. Chocolate's your weakness, Brim. See, I could totally live without chocolate. My wife couldn't. She loves chocolate, but I'd take it or leave it, really. Now, cheese savouries, Pringles, Doritos, that's my weakness for sure. My ears better not grow. I've just bought these headphones. They're already feeling a bit tight. Oh, fantastic, Rich. Yeah, that'd be nice. I've got to be honest. I would really like... Speaking of Christmas, it's kind of like a little goal of mine is to maybe not be at my job by Christmas. That's what I'd really like to do. Because every year, while the kids have been around, I've always had to work through Christmas and it sucked. So it'd be very nice if the YouTube could allow me to not be working all the way through Christmas. That would be mighty fine. So we'll see. See if we can get there. Because there's not going to be that many Christmases where the kids are still little and into it. That's what bugs me. My main job, I used to be a developer. And then I kind of just got bored of it, burnt out of it. And then the kids came along. So I took some time off from it to be around more for them, particularly while they were little. And then it came time for them to start school. And then it was like, well, could go back to development. And then we sort of had a bit of a family sit down and explained what that would look like for the kids, in that they would have to go into school at like 7 in the morning, into breakfast club. So obviously I'd have to get gone to work probably 7, 8 in the morning. And then I'd pick them up at probably 5:30, 6 at night, because they'd have to stay in the after school club, because obviously I'd be at work. And that didn't go down so well. And I didn't really want that for them either. Like, I know some parents make good use of stuff like that, and yeah, no judgment. You got to do what you got to do. But I was in a position where we didn't have to do that. So the next question was, well, what do I do instead? And the channel was starting to pick up a little bit. And to be clear, going back to like full-time development would have meant the end for this channel. 100%. Guaranteed. I can tell you that right now. Like, I'll probably put up a video or a post being like, it's been great, guys. I'll miss it dearly. But, you know, the channel's over. Because I wouldn't have time to do both. And I know that. I can tell you that because when I was a developer, I used to write iPhone apps on the side for a bit of fun. And I would always have these incredible ambitions first thing in the morning on my way to work, being like, oh, tonight when I get home, I'm going to do all this stuff. And then I'd get home and I'd be like, I can't be bothered to look at another computer again all night because I've been on a computer all day. I would much rather go for a walk, you know, something like that. Maybe get some exercise, maybe, I don't know, do something else that isn't on a computer. And yeah, if I'd been sat developing all day, the last thing I'd want to do, I think, is probably come out here and make videos on a computer. So, kids having to go into school all day, pretty much 8 till 6 was a factor. Ending this channel was a factor. So the other option was to try and find some work in the hours in which the kids are at school. So I did that. And that meant having to suck it up and get a retail job. But we've been very fortunate in that the channel has been growing steadily, not fast. It's not, we haven't like rocketed for anything. Yeah, there hasn't been this like one day where suddenly the channel blew up and all of a sudden I'm like, you know, money's falling out the sky at me or anything like that. But gradually, I was able to scale back the hours at the day job, the new day job. So I'm now here Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, working on the channel. And then I'm at the job on Monday, Friday, Saturday. And then Sunday I try and keep clear for the family. Do I think I made the good choice social-wise, financially? Financially, I've got less money, but I'm so much happier, Roy. I can't tell you how miserable I was in the last year or two of being a developer. And I didn't realise until I stopped. Didn't realise until I stopped how miserable I was. Which really frightened me, because it's like, I could have quite easily have just been miserable my whole life doing that. But it turns out, like, when I was a developer, obviously you're on fairly good money. All I wanted was stuff. Just stuff. You know, it was like cars, it was the newest iPhone, it was going on a fancy holiday, it was doing this, it was doing that. Whereas now, and I don't know whether it's like a post-COVID thing, but I just don't want stuff as much. I've got everything I need. And it turns out we don't really spend a lot of money now. Particularly since we had kids. Like, when it was just us, God, like, we would just spank through £200 in a day. Like, sickening, really, looking back at it. Like, we were saying, like, we were borderline out of control. Because we had 2 good incomes, no kids, no one to think about but ourselves. So we didn't. We just thought about ourselves constantly. We'd go away, hotel room, dinners, cinemas, theatres, activities. You know, it's all just like money out. Whereas now, you know, we'll walk around a lake or something with the kids, or go on a bike ride. Yeah, that sort of stuff. And as a result, yes, we've got less money coming in, but weirdly we've got more left over. Which is it's a bit like, that's weird. I was a self-employed developer for 13 years and don't miss it at all. Due to my borderline. Don't know. I don't know what you mean there, Roy. Due to my borderline, it is over very fast. Yeah, there you go, Benny. Benny used to be an ops director, out the door at 8, back at 11. Passing everyone in the night. Yeah. Yeah, so weirdly, yeah, we've got less money, but I'm way more... I'm just happier. Just so much happier. I think if I were doing just the retail job, I'd be really sad. If that's all I had in my life, I'd be quite down in the dumps, just like, you know, life's rubbish, blah, 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 blah. But the fact I've got the YouTube channel, it's always my focus. I've always got it on my mind. Not in a bad way, though, not in an unhealthy way, just like something nice to think about, like, oh, how can I improve this video next time? Where can we go for the stream? Where can we this? Blah, 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 blah. You know, I was at work the other day doing, frankly, mind-numbing work. Or what would have been mind-numbing work, except while I was doing it, I was thinking about video titles and thumbnails and what my next video could be. So, yeah, I kind of think about the channel on their time, a lot of it. So, yeah. Oh, sorry to hear that, Roy. 22 years as a paramedic, early retirement last year. Loving retirement 6 weeks ago. Had a heart attack. Oh, damn, Tony. Hope you're alright. It was really weird, though, transitioning away from being a developer. Because when there was like a period of time where it was just basically my main gig was just taking care of the kids during some of the days. And people had asked me, what do you do? And beforehand, I'd always say, oh, I'm a developer. Which was such a handy thing to say. And I didn't realise that until it was gone. Especially if, like, you're going somewhere. I don't know, you're going out to dinner with, like, some new people, like, you go out to dinner with friends and there's some new people there that are like, oh, so what do you do? And you say, oh, I'm a developer. And they go, oh, good. Almost like, tick. No further questions, Your Honour. Like, it's all good. Say no more. And then someone asked me, what do you do? And I was like, I don't know. Like, they're like, what did you do? I was like, I was a developer, but I'm not anymore. They're like, what are you? I was like, I haven't got a clue. And that took a while for me to get my head around. And, like, even when I had the YouTube channel in the early days, if someone said to me, what do you do? I would not say I have a YouTube channel. I would purposefully not tell them. I didn't want anyone in the real world knowing about this channel. Didn't want them to know at all. Like, if anyone, you know, like, parents of the kids, if they found out, I would, like, die inside. I'd be like, oh no. They're going to go and look me up, and they're going to, like, maybe laugh at it, like. Whereas now, I don't mind it, which is really, probably because I've got 25k subs, and I can be like, yeah, I'm a YouTuber. You know, so I don't know, it's a bit of a dick move on my part, I suppose. Nice one, Tony. So yeah, now the conversations are very different. It's like, what do you do? It's like, oh, I have a YouTube channel. And then people are like, oh, you make money with that? It's like, yeah, like not loads, but enough. And then actually, it turns out lots of people are really interested. Like, really, they just can't believe it. They're like, that is so cool. So what do you do? And they expect me to be like some sort of mainstream YouTuber. And I'm like, no, I just make videos about flight sim. And you can almost see the look of disbelief on their face. It was really weird. Simpilot87, how are you? What are you saying there? Did you change from a 4080 to AMD? I did. And what do I think about it? I like it. So, yeah, 7900 XTX. And right now... Where's my mouse gone? Ah! My mouse is here. Now, we do have frame gen on. So whatever you're seeing there, cut it in half for the actual frames per second. God damn, that's not bad actually, is it? We've got 24 gigs of VRAM available, or 23.19, and we're using 11.7 at cruise. If we were to land into Eddie right now, that might go up to like 17, which is why I needed it over the 4080. Because 4080's 16 gigs was not enough. Honestly, Jonathan, good for you. Good for you for sticking with it. I often feel like I wimped out, to be honest. At what moment it becomes interesting to have a channel at YouTube? How many subs do you need for it to become viable? That's a good question. So it took me a year to get monetized. So it was a year of basically working for nothing. And then people will say, well, how much money are you going to make when you get monetized? And I was like, I don't know. Like, I could be, throwing dollar bills around, or I could be getting 30p a month. Like, I don't know. I didn't know. I had no idea. Then we did get monetized, and I think I earned 30 quid in the first month, which I was thrilled about. That was in May of 2023. I was absolutely thrilled about that. Because I was like, guys, we can buy a pizza. You know? My silly flight simming can buy a pizza. Hey, Mr. Plan. I'm trying to think how many subs we had then. Probably just under 2,000. But it's not really about the subs, Roy. It's really about views. Like, subs do not equal views, and subs do not equal money. Views equal money. For example, my very first graphic settings video I did is what kind of blew up to an extent, and is what got me over the line for the 4,000 hours of watch time requirement to become a YouTube partner. And I had very few subs at that point, but the video did very, very well, regardless of my low subs. So you could probably start with very, very few subs. As long as you're making a good video, you should be alright. How long's the flight? Probably about Only another hour and a half to go. It's about a 3-hour flight, give or take. So yeah, that's the thing, Roy. You're only as good as your next video. Really. And after this week, I'm starting to feel pretty crap about it, because it's not been a good week in terms of views. But that might change. It might grow over time. But, yeah. Yeah, the tech videos are good. The trouble is tech requires tech, which requires money. What do I think about 3D printing? Love it. I've got a Creality Ender V3 SE. In fact, I 3D printed this little mount for my stick. Designed it in Blender and everything. What's the reward for completing the New Sky challenges? Just get a little tick, basically. I mean, Roy, if you want to grow it, start with YouTube Shorts. That's what I did. Will there be more liveries for Air Not? Maybe a 787? Probably not, Rockefeller. Probably not. But yeah, Roy, I basically started the channel on Shorts, and I used Shorts to get me to like 500 subs, and then I went live, and then I had an audience to go live to. I think had I just tried to do normal videos, I would have really struggled. Right. It's got to be time for a coffee. What do you think? We've just left Greenland. As you can see, here's us. Iceland next. Then the Faroe Islands. Cheers, Yossi. Oh, Yossi, I see you've moved over from YouTube Vertical. There we go. There's me and Grumpy. And this is where we're going. EKVG. Very short little runway. Yeah, Rockefeller, the only reason is the 787, I don't know how to use their paint kit to do it. To be honest. That's the reason. Where are we flying to? We're flying to the Faroe Islands. The Faroe Islands. Yeah, you don't have to do live streams, Roy. I mean, there's a whole genre. There's so many sub-genres within flight sim. I mean, there are people that just do just like approaches. There's one guy, I forget what he's called. He's got like a yoke cam with like his throttles, and I think he uses that add-on with like the first officer. Just flies approaches. He does alright in terms of views. Like, do I choose my flights or do I take suggestions? Well, at the moment, we're flying with New Sky, which is where we run the virtual airline. Wrong one. There we go. Euro Capitals. We're flying this tour at the moment. So Grumpy has very kindly put all this together. You can see all these routes that we go on. And if we do them all, and you've got to do them in order, that's how you complete the award. So right now we're doing Nook to Vagar, then we can do Vagar to Oslo after that, hopefully. But that's still going to be a good hour and a half, isn't it, to Oslo? Where is Oslo? Is that it? EGNM? ENGM. So it might be that Vagar's all we've got time for. What's going on here then? That's weird. I'm surprised that came up as a conflict, because they're at 36,000, we're at 37,000. I don't know why it's so upset about that. Keep an eye out for that one, Wasp. Hey, Balf. How many airport add-on sceneries do I run? No, you're not being precious, Dan, by only wanting to fly there. I can totally relate. Like Oslo, I don't know what we're going to do at Oslo because I don't have any scenery for Oslo. Generally, I'll check flightsim.to, and then if not, I will try and look for a something. What's your altitude, Wasp? Are you at 370? How many flights a week do I do? We try and do at least 2. 2 lives a week. Yeah, it'd be lovely to do more. Cheers, don't look, something something. Yeah, 370. So you might get set off as well. Unless they were higher than they should have been. Right, I need to go get that cup of coffee. And something to eat. There's the minibus. Look at her go. Showing 1k below. Why is it setting my TCAS off then? Roberticus, is that you? I didn't know that was you. Weird. Oh well. All's well that ends well. Right, I'll see you in a minute. I'm going to get a coffee and some toast. I'll be back shortly. Time for a mid-morning breakfast. I'm back. How's everything going in the cockpit? Right, coffee and toast. Check this out. I've got a little place to put toast. Right, UTC 11:59, and we're currently at 10:23, so hour and a half. We should be on the ground. Find it so crazy I do all this from the garden shed. Yeah. Well, we sort of needed to, really. Sort of needed to. Because the only other alternative would have been to do it in the room next to where my kids are. And if I'm doing it at night, when they're trying to sleep, that wouldn't be good. Because our walls are made of paper, it turns out. Which isn't good when you've got kids that are trying to get to sleep. And also it just gives me a element of privacy to just shut myself off and do it, you know. Looks like a proper room in a house. Yeah, so it's all plasterboarded in here. Insulated, plasterboarded, skirting board, carpet, you know. It is, yeah, it's like you're in a room in a house when you're in here. The cold in the winter is a bit of a problem because it's all built on top of a concrete pad. And that concrete pad, when the ground freezes, obviously it gets incredibly cold. And it's just like a cold radiator. Equally in the summer, or even now, it gets incredibly warm in here because I've got two PCs going. You know, lights for the, you know, so you can see me, TVs, monitors. So there's a lot of heat that gets put into the room. So I've got some circulation fans, one drawing cold air in, one pulling hot air out, but that's just not enough, frankly. So I had to get a little AC as well. Now the solution would be to extend the shed, maybe. That might help a little bit. Because it's kind of like, if you imagine a rectangle and it's cut in half, so we've got two squares. I've got one square for this bit. And behind that wall behind me is like a shed full of crap, basically. Like bikes and bits of old wood. You know, that sort of stuff. If we could find a way to store the bike somewhere else, I could potentially knock through that wall because it's not structural and double the size of the shed. Did I make an exhaust pipe connected to my outflow fan? Yes, I did. You can't really see it from here though, sadly. I even 3D printed a little duct to like sort of flow out. Skylight? No. No skylight. Yeah, I actually ended up on a Jay's 2 cents video because he put out a tweet saying, send me pictures of your setups and you might get featured in a video. I'm like, well, there's no way I'm going to get featured in the video, but I'll send it in anyway. Lo and behold, it did. All because I made an exhaust from the fans. Worldwide fame acquired. But my thought is if I had double the size of the shed, I would have double the volume for heat to get away from me. Maybe it wouldn't get so hot. I do have a what are they called? Like a silencer for my fans. The idea being that it's like a big tube that's like wrapped in insulation, so the idea is the sound gets absorbed in the insulation when it bounces through the tube. That's about it. Cheers, pie cake. Cheers for the follow, man. You joined me at breakfast time. Hey, Twarog's in. It's just a whole load of nothing right now, isn't it? We are almost halfway to Iceland. You right, Stevie? You watched on YouTube before. Nice. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, Jacko saying, do I not worry about general shed problems like leaks and theft? So it's not like a shed at the bottom of the garden that I have to walk like 500 yards to. It is kind of like semi-connected to the house. So the garage is attached to the house and the shed is attached to the garage. So in a way it would be almost easier to break into my house. Which I don't recommend you try. Twarog, it's quite difficult to make a livery for a plane I don't own. But I'm tempted to buy it, and in which case the answer to your question would probably become yes. Yeah, Mike, you need to have a word with them. Maybe I should buy it. It's just a lot of money, though. It's a lot of money for a plane that is very similar to one I already have, but it's not in 24 yet. Who knows? Maybe I'll get it and be like, oh, I should have got this ages ago. What's iFly's history? Were they sort of into P3D and stuff like that prior to Flight Sim 2020? Yeah, do it, Jonathan. Do it. Pie Cake, it's from Sim Toolkit Pro. But I can't see it on my TV. It's only an overlay for the stream. Yeah, Brim, same. Once the NGs get over, that'd be awesome. I think basically a lot of it is that just like right now there's been, you know, the channels have to spend a little bit of money, and it'd be nice to actually earn some money rather than keep spending it. So I'm a little bit like, I don't want to spend any more money on planes. Yeah, Twarg, New Sky's cool. Gives you another reason to fly. Why are my engines revving like this? I thought I could hear them on the wing view. iFly have been around for a while. They did the 737NG and 747-400 back in the day. Okay, cool. I think PMDG might have to charge a little bit for the 7.3 only because it's actually like they're doing some upgrade work to it as well as making it compatible, if that makes sense. Hey, look, my engines are revving again, look. Why are they doing that? Is it because of wind? That's not normal, is it? Why is the camera view like it would be on a phone, or is it me? You're in the vertical stream at the moment, Mike. There's 2 streams on YouTube. There's the vertical and the horizontal stream. Yeah, it's still doing it, look. Wasp, is yours doing that? If you're still there. Oh, Twarog, no, I forgot the Toby. I unplugged it last night to free up a USB port because I was trying out something. And I forgot to plug it back in this morning. That's annoying. I don't want to do it mid-flight, just in case. You know? Nightmare. Why did I forget that? Such an idiot. Oh, that was a silly mistake. Xiaoming, why did you have to say something stupid like that? Off you go. See you later. Fucking idiot. Right. Always YouTube vertical. Comments like that come from. Asking me to fly into a certain thing. Can you guess what it was? To be honest, Jonathan, it shouldn't need to go on the pre-flight checklist because as of in the week, it was all plugged in and all fine. It's just I've only got like 8 USB ports under my desk, and I wanted to plug in something last night, so I just pulled one at random, happened to be the Toby, and I totally forgot. So, how you doing, Nick? Probably just a child thinking they're funny. Yeah, maybe. But then children need to be taught lessons also, so. Always YouTube vertical. Always get the dumbest comments. Not all are dumb. I'm not saying you're dumb if you're in the YouTube vertical. But man, you don't have to attract some absolute idiots in there. I was wondering if it is a win, Roy, but doesn't seem to be doing a lot. That's it, Jonathan. Yeah, if you could big up the dumb comments in all the other streams, that would be brilliant, mate. Thank you. How are we doing for fuel? 600 miles to run. Approximately an hour and a half. Turbulence is on low, yeah. Yeah, Nick. I don't know. It's always YouTube vertical. You just get the most predictable, obvious questions so often on there. Not all the time. Like you say, the whole point of the YouTube vertical, from my point of view, is to obviously potentially get a load of viewers far and wide, because YouTube is really heavily promoting vertical streams at the moment. So I might as well try and cash in on that. The trouble is, I guess, when you cast a wide net, you're also going to scoop up your fair share of idiots with that. That's the problem. That's the problem. But it's alright, because Jonathan's committed to doing dumb comments and all the other streams, so it'll balance out. Does streaming for other networks help me on Twitch? Yeah. It has been instrumental in getting Twitch to move. Because the trouble is, Twitch's discoverability sucks. Because if you were to type in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, you would get a list of streamers pretty much biggest to smallest. So if you're not the biggest, you're not going to be found. Not really. Which is why it's so common on Twitch to stream to like 0 or 1 viewers, and that 1 viewer is quite often you watching yourself on your phone. I've never done that, honestly. Could you think maybe if I watch all the time on my phone, Twitch will see that and think maybe because someone else is watching, they should recommend it to someone else, and yeah, never works. But what did help was on the YouTube vertical, putting the Twitch banner across it. Then all of a sudden I noticed people started to come in. I used to have it on like a little scroller thing, so it'd be like the little Twitch banner, then it'd go to like check out my setup, then it'd go to something else, then it'd go to something else, then it'd go back to Twitch, and it just didn't do a thing. And then I just locked it to Twitch, and like the difference was incredible. It's because bigger streams make Twitch a lot more money, so why would they promote smaller streams? Yeah. Follow the money. Follow the money and the answer shall be revealed, particularly in the case of Twitch. How you doing, Craig? Currently sat in Larnaca, about to start boarding to Gothenburg in the Sun Class 321 from Phoenix. Enjoy your flight. Thanks, man. You too. Nice one, Skies. Glad it helped. Someone said, where are you flying to with 2 O's, lol. Yeah, well. It's really petty of me, but if someone leaves me a nasty comment on a video, more often than not, if it's like sort of like an idiotic comment, more often than not they'll put a spelling mistake in there, and I'll just call them on the spelling mistake, and it makes them so mad. I shouldn't do it, but I can't resist sometimes. Am I from the UK? Yeah. Well, that is a whole big straight line of nothing, isn't it? Some small streamers make huge cash. Not self-promote, so sorry, but I have a 2M bit donator. What does that mean, Twarog? 2M bits, 2 million bits. How much is that worth? A bit is a penny, isn't it? Or a cent. So 100 bits is a $1? 20 grand, bloody hell. Someone's giving you 20 grand. You send them over here. I'll quit my job tomorrow. Get him over here. 20 million bits. Let's go. Come on. Stop being so selfish, Twarog, and share it out a bit. Damn. That's pretty cool, though. COVID killed that. Ah. Mike says you're talking about your OnlyFans, Twarog. Shots fired from Mike in YouTube chat. Maybe I should start doing an OnlyFans flight sim stream. And we'll have to fly exclusively jets. OnlyFans. Will Vatsim work on 2020? Yeah. Exactly. Hot tub. Sort of like hang out and use the yoke over the hot tub. That'll be fine. Yeah. I figured it out. That's the new content direction. How many screens? 4. So I've got my TV. I've got a little touchscreen monitor that is currently running charts. That one. I've got a vertical 24-inch monitor that I use for chat. And then I've got my Dell 27-inch gaming monitor off to my left that doesn't get used for the whole stream, basically. But it's just there. That's where I'll be playing Doom the Dark Ages later, with a bit of luck. Providing I can find some time. In a hot tub, and that'll be the day my retail boss is watching. They better damn well donate, I'll say that much. Otherwise there'll be trouble. Yeah, I can't see any problems there, can you? Yeah, Mike, it's really good. I'm having a good time with it. It's not been completely flawless. I did have to undervolt it in order to make it stable, but yeah, we're using 11.76 gigs, which I know is less than what would be required on a 4080, but that would start to make me a bit twitchy, to be honest with you, if I was on a 4080 right now, because at cruise, if we're using 11.7, what happens when we descend and get into an airport that's busy on VATSIM? That 11.7 is going to go one way, and that is up. And if you get to like 13 gig, that's when you start getting into possible problems territory. You might think, well, why, I've got a 16 gig card, why is 13 the problem? And that's because the SIM only allocates like 14-ish. High 13.9s, 13. It depends what else you got running on your machine at the same time, but obviously Windows grabs some of it for itself. So you're not left with the full 16 for the SIM. And when we're almost at 12 at cruise, yeah, imagine coming into Heathrow now. And that is exactly what happened when we flew the A380 from Dubai to Heathrow. We were at cruise, I thought everything was fine, came into London, London loaded in, Heathrow loaded in, people on VATSIM loaded in, and I landed, goodness knows how I landed that, but I landed it at 7 FPS. Is Navigraph subscription worth the money? Yeah. I love it. And the biggest thing for me is that I can install the app on my streaming PC, which is obviously a separate PC to my simming PC, and I bought a cheap and nasty 100 quid touchscreen monitor off of Amazon, and I run it on that. So I can just sort of, kind of like an iPad. There's me. And also, because it's on my streaming PC, it's very easy to capture and include in the streams as well. And it also upgrades SimBrief, doesn't it? You get the latest data in SimBrief as well. Yeah, Mike, that's right. Munich or Frankfurt, anything like that. Were you using 2020 when flying the 380? They've made massive improvements. No, I was in 24. Yeah, for offline flying, Piecake, you're probably alright. Or just use the Lido charts in 24. Do you reckon using the sim you could fly a real one? I don't know, Samuel. I used to think probably not before I went up to Infinity Sim Wings. They're a A320 sim next door to Gatwick Airport. They invited me up to take a look and make a video. Video is on the channel, by the way. Having come away from that experience, I'd like to think maybe I could have a go. Too broke for 24. We always get it on Game Pass. But yeah, ChartFox, you may do a ChartFox for now if you're offline. That's what I did when I started the channel. I was on ChartFox for like the first year. Just making do with whatever, really. But yeah, if you're going to go on VATSIM, I would say Navigraph is almost a requirement. Depending on where you go. Unless you just go to places that you know ChartFox can manage, but then, yeah, it's still a bit iffy, isn't it? I mean, if I was put in a real world situation where, like, you know, this is going back to could I land a real plane? If I was called into the cockpit right now and it was like this and it was like, oh my god, the captain is passed out, I would check through this, see that it was all set up, and then I would press the approach button. Probably. As much as my ego would like to be the one sort of wrestling the controls to bring it down like a hero, I think I would have to rely on automation to get everyone down safely and then lie about it in my biography and make out I did it. Quick question, as there is no MAX livery, is using the airNOT call sign okay on VATSIM with, say, a Ryanair livery? Yeah, I do that all the time. So if, like, you see us doing a stream and we're doing, I don't know, Jet2 ops or Ryanair ops or EasyJet ops, I've still got New Sky in the background tracking the flight as if it's an airNOT flight. New Sky's got no idea. So we still get the money. So yeah, don't feel hemmed in, as long as you just set New Sky going. Only thing you'll need to watch is if you make the flight plan using New Sky, it will obviously put in X-Ray November Oscar into all your call signs in SimBrief, and if you're actually flying Ryanair and you intend to go on VATSIM, you'll need to override where it says XNO. You need to put like RYR. But that's the only thing you really need to be worried about in that instance. I ain't got it on Steam, I can afford it, but I don't like the price, so got it on Game Pass. Yeah. Like, people say to me all the time, should I get 2020 or 2024? It's like, if you're not sure, just get Game Pass for a month. It's like a tenner. You can try both. And you decide. And, you know, you'll get Call of Duty, and you'll get Forza Motorsport, and you'll get Forza Horizon 5, and you'll get Doom the Dark Ages, and you'll get whatever it is, Oblivion Remastered, and you'll get all this other stuff. It's a good deal for a tenner, if you're actually making use of all those games. Cheers, Samuel. What made me create my own VA? What was the process to do it? And to get the livery to show in VATSIM? So, the VA was kind of... I was a bit reluctant to do it. It's actually kind of Wasp that convinced me. Grumpy, who you see in chat. I thought, yeah, actually, okay, let's do it. And I'm really glad I did. Because I feel like it's... gives you a reason to fly. Because, oops, for example, if you want to go to a flight, book a flight. Obviously, you can do a free flight, either cargo or passenger, which means you can fly wherever you want, and the airline will get some money for it. But not as much money as if you do a scheduled flight. So if we were to do a scheduled passenger flight, these are all the places around the world where we have routes and also have a plane available to fly from. So at Heathrow at the moment, we've got an A319, a 320, an A380, an ATR, 737, a freighter, and a 300ER. Oh no, that's not... Is it? No. That's 777-200. Anyway, those planes are available at Heathrow. Let's say there's one of each available. Okay? There might be more than one of each available, but let's just say there's one of each available. Somebody takes the A319 from Heathrow to Edinburgh. That A319 is no longer available at Heathrow but it becomes available at Edinburgh. Then when you next go to look at where to fly from, there'll be a route from Edinburgh, or there'll be routes from Edinburgh to all the places we go to from Edinburgh, and the A319 will be one of the planes you can use. So the plane is where you leave it. I really like that about it. And sometimes you could sort of make yourself useful, because obviously you got like Heathrow, lots of routes out of Heathrow, lots of routes out of Gatwick, more Heathrow, more Gatwick. But you can see somebody's left an A350 at JFK. So you could maybe think, I'll fly that back for my next flight. Because then the A350 can be at Heathrow for the next one. There's an A320 737 at Bristol that can go to Prague, but once it goes to Prague, if someone leaves it there, it might be handy if someone flew it back to Bristol. So it's easy to get paralysed with choice. So this kind of removes that. Again, the further down the list you go, all these routes, there's no aircraft available. So Frankfurt, there's routes available, but obviously there's no one's flown any planes to Frankfurt. But if someone does, there'll be routes from Frankfurt available. And we don't have infinite numbers of planes. Like, as the airline owner, I have to lease the plane. So I have to go into the planes and lease them, and then when I lease a plane, it has like a daily cost. And then hopefully that plane then gets flown to earn its money back. Quite often it doesn't. That's the sad thing. So maybe we've got 5 A320s. Therefore, you can only go wherever they are. But the process of making the VA is easy enough. You just get a new Sky account and make a virtual airline. Like, you could all make one today if you wanted. There's nothing stopping you. Nothing at all stopping you. But the rating we require is 8.0, 06. Morning, Ryan. Oh, share price is very high, Jonathan. Very, very high. Just keeps going up. It was so good. Where can I get your airline for the Phoenix A320? Liveries, you mean, Arnav? That's on my website. airnot.co.uk. And then there'll be a liveries button. Morning, Tricky. How you doing, Quant? Just have the 320. I seem to be losing rating so easily recently. Maybe I need to get used to New Sky a bit. If you go into your flight afterwards, it will tell you where you lost your rating. Is it hard landings? Is it off centerline landings? Is it the fact you're not doing your lights? Is it the fact you're late? Is it, you know, all sorts. But yeah, to get the liveries, as Craig's asking, how do you get the liveries to show on VATSIM? VATSIM's really got nothing to do with it. What you have to do, and Twirog's saying about it in Twitch as well, you need to have the livery installed. So obviously you could use it for yourself. Then I provide VMR files. You need to go into vPilot and then point vPilot towards the VMR files. And then if you come across another plane with a call sign of X-Ray November Oscar, the VMR file will then be like, okay, that's an Airnot plane. What Airnot plane is it? Is it an A320 Phoenix? Is it an A320 fly-by-wire? Is it a 737-800? And if it can make the match, it will then display the plane back to you in the Airnot livery. Oh, you bought the E-Jets, Ryan. How are they? What PC performance overlay am I using? It's just the one that's built into the sim, Chris. We were just looking at VRAM a minute ago, that was all. E-Jet is an E190. Yeah, E190, E195. Never flown it. Is this my first time flying to Vagar? Yes, it is. So we'll see how that goes for us. We'll see how that goes. That'll be Keflavik down there, right? So we must be on the coast of Iceland. Yes, we are. Which means we're not that far. Not really, are we? Copenhagen and Billund are on. Well, radar's on. Copenhagen control. Where's Oslo? Is it ENTO? Is that Oslo? How do I calm the nerves? Just do it. Basically. Oh, Shannon's on as well. Dublin's on. Not doing bad for control, are we, today, given that we're in the middle of the day on Thursday? Is Dubai on? Oh no, it's not Dubai, it's Bahrain. Dubai's over here. Very much not on. That's a long old drag to Dubai, isn't it? What's going on in Oz? Gah! We should have gone to Australia. Look at that. And New Zealand. Welly's on, flippin' heck. Welly's like my arch nemesis. I can never get a good landing at Welly. ENGM. Oh, yeah, it's up here, isn't it? Am I going to need some scenery to go there? I probably am, aren't I? I've got the E-Jets, but not flown them in a while. They're great, but just waiting on the next big update later this year, which has taken a lot longer than expected to improve the LNAV. That still makes me nervous. Do I use Beyond ATC, but that can be weird at times. Maybe give Say Intentions a try, Tuareg? I don't know. Aerosoft ENGM is very good. More money though, isn't it? Yeah, Mads. Hopefully Chase Plane will get over. That'd be cool. Is there a freeware Oslo? Ooh. Yeah, there is. And it's 24. Oh, that'll do, won't it? I've already downloaded it. Okay. Forget everything I just said. Oh, that'll do. That looks alright. Yeah, that's okay. Quirksy, I wouldn't know. I don't really use Xbox. Alright, freeware it is. Again, like I do like the payware stuff, but I'm just as happy with the freeware one most of the time, to be honest. If it's good enough. As long as the taxiways are there, like the one at Hamburg's great. You know? I've seen the Istanbul one, Mads. I've not used it though. There's Rhodes, LGRP. So our hotel at Rhodes was like here, roughly. And we were sat in our hotel room looking out thinking, what is that over there? What's that island? Only to realise it's Turkey. Muppets. Idiots on tour. EDDF one is also really good. Which one is that, Roy? Is that the one that Orbex were hosting? Remember to download the GSX profile for Oslo because it has special pushback procedures. Alright, duly noted. When I went to Rhodes, I stayed in Labranda Blue Bay or something along those lines. It was great. Yeah, I wish ours was good. Oh, it was alright. It wasn't all that good, though, to be honest. Rhodos Palace we stayed in. And my word, the food was not good. It was not good. Cheers, Linus. In fact, if you were to like Google Rhodos Palace Hotel now and look at the Google reviews and the TripAdvisor, most people whinge about the food. It was not great. To the point where we went all-inclusive. First time we'd done all-inclusive. Like, we nearly didn't. Like, I kind of said to my wife, I was like, you sure you want to do all-inclusive? And we're like, oh, we'll do it. We'll try it. We'll try it. We tried it. Got there on the first night. I was like, I'm not eating this shit all week. We're going out for lunch tomorrow. F it. But yeah, there's like people on the reviews like putting pictures of like cockroaches up and all sorts. It's like, oh. We all got massively sick there as well. Morning, Mags. And morning, Black Bear. Yeah, it's weird doing an all-inclusive. I don't know whether we just had a bad example of an all-inclusive. It's all good, Max, don't worry. Hey, it's content. Yeah, I don't know if I'd do all-inclusive again. I spent the whole week just trying to, like, analyse how on earth they can do it. Like, how do they make it pay? Which really I shouldn't have been doing. I should have been trying to kind of like shut off that part of my brain. But just like little things they do. Like they'll sit you down for your food. And the waiters will come up. They'll offer you a drink. And you think, oh, that's nice. And they bring you over. And you say, I'll have a beer. And they bring you over a big beer. Well, not a very big beer. Just a smallish beer. And then you try getting a second beer out of them. Impossible. It's like you're dead to them. Once they've served you your beer, it's self-service food. They don't want to know you after that. Forget it. It's basically finish your one drink, sod off so the next people can come and sit down because there's a queue outside. Reading the reviews now, one said the food was unbearable. Yeah. I mean, my wife got really sick. I think we arrived on Monday, and on Wednesday we went for dinner, and she was like, I don't feel so good. And she's like, oh, maybe I got too hot and got, you know, whatever. Maybe it's that. Hey, move shorts. Yeah, and then like 2 hours later, I wake up and I can just hear her in the toilet. Having a conversation with it. And then lo and behold, me and the kids go down with it as well, and it's like hideous. Absolutely hideous. Don't know whether it was from there. Could have just been, you know. For all I know, we could have put our hand on a banister at Bristol Airport and caught it that way, you know, but... Any advice for growing my YouTube channel? Just keep going. Whatever you're doing, just keep going. Look for ways you can improve the next video constantly. Check out the freeware for Caribbean. There's an airport that's got pools outside of the gates. No way. But yeah, they did things at that hotel, like they would have the bar, which we weren't allowed into as all-inclusive guests. See, I made the wrong assumption. I thought because we're all-inclusive, we're going to get treated really well. But But actually, it kind of felt like the all-inclusive guests were just like treated like scumbags, to be honest. It was like, you get what you get and you can shut the hell up about it. It's the other people that are paying extra that we want to help. Kind of felt like a bit of a cattle market. Again, like they'd have like a really nice bar, but you couldn't go in there. You had to go to the all-inclusive bar, which was a borderline cafe that happened to have a beer tap in it. They said, oh yeah, there's snacks available 24/7. It's not. It's leftovers from breakfast or lunch or dinner that they just leave out. Weird. And again, if you buy the pool and you fancy a drink, you've got to walk to the other side of the site to get a beer. So there was a bar right next to the swimming pool, but you have to pay for that one. If you want a beer from the all-inclusive bar, they put the all-inclusive bar on the other side of the site from the pools, so you have to trap all the way across the hotel. You can pretty much drink the beer in the time it takes you to walk back to the pool. Then you have to walk back again and get another one. And they would give you paper cups, which upset a lot of people. Really, really upset a lot of people. They're like, why do I have a paper cup? Why can't I have a proper glass? They were like, paper cups only, sorry. You could have a glass if you agreed that you would stay in the bar and not leave the bar. And there was some guy that would just sit there watching you like a hawk. If you tried to leave with it, he'd be like, come back with that glass. Yeah, very bizarre. So I probably won't do all-inclusive again. But then you hear like some of the ones people said, oh, some of the ones in Turkey are amazing. So maybe we should try again. Maybe go somewhere a bit different. But I just didn't like the fact that I felt trapped all week. Like it got to the point where it's like, I just want to go out for the day. I don't care if we've already paid for food at the hotel and we're leaving it on the table, so to speak. I just want to go somewhere different. But again, it's all about attitude and perspective, I think, because when we got there, they were like, oh yeah, the beer that you're entitled to as an all-inclusive guest is local beer. And our immediate reaction was, ugh, local beer. They're giving us the cheap rubbish. Then we went out for lunch one day, and the waiter comes up and goes, oh, what do you want to drink? Beer, wine? And he goes, we've got this really nice local beer. And my wife's like, oh yeah, local beer, that sounds good. Because you're in a restaurant paying for it, you think it must be good. And it was the same bloody beer. So on one hand, at a restaurant, in a restaurant setting, you're like, oh, it's so authentic, really soaking in the atmosphere. You get to the hotel that's all-inclusive, you're like, why are they giving me the cheap local beer? So I don't know. Maybe we'll try it again. Who knows? Went on a cruise to Bodrum. I don't think we'll be going anywhere this summer. I need to fit a kitchen. Well, not a kitchen. I need to modernise the kitchen. I need to rip up the laminate flooring. I need to put down a new set of laminate flooring. I need to replace all the kitchen worktops. I fitted soft close hinges to all the doors, which actually has made a massive impact to how the kitchen feels. I didn't expect it to make that much of a difference. Have I looked at Just Flight FS traffic for 24? No, Brian, what's going on there? I saw Gav did a video, but I haven't seen it yet. Why does VATSIM radar show that right now you did a full circle in my flight path? Hopefully it doesn't. Where am I? Oh, that's Wasp, that's not me. I'm the one in front. I think that's Wasp trying to burn off some time. Tricky's at Heathrow. Good job, Tricky. Causing trouble again, Wasp, aren't you? So I did some research last night. I dug out all my old boxes of all my old game consoles. Turns out I've got a GameCube with games. I've got an original Xbox with games. I've got an original PS2 with games. I've got a PS3 with games, all of which have got controllers, all of which have got all the cables and power supplies. So out of interest, I went through every single game that I've got, whacked it into CEX to see how much they'd give me for it. Everything, all in, if I took a voucher from them, they'd give me 550 quid for that little lot. Oh, and my old Xbox 360 that I never play. Which I thought was pretty good. Genuinely quite shocked. My PS3, I need to go up into the loft to actually get the PS3 out. Because I don't know if I don't know if I've got the one that was backwards compatible with the PS2. So what's the advantage, Brian, of that over FSLTL? I've never quite understood FS traffic versus FSLTL, given that all I use it for is VATSIM model matching. I don't use it for any other purpose. But yeah, with all that console stuff, it kind of got me thinking. It was like, oh yeah, I've got Mega. Oh god, my Mega Drive. I never thought of that. I've got that in the loft as well. What have I got? I've got Sonic 1, Sonic 2, Dr. Robotnik's Bean Machine that I'm amazing at, Desert Strike, Urban Strike. What else did I have? Super Hang-On, Super Thunderblade, Castle of Illusion, World of Illusion. Don't think I ever had the Sonic and Knuckles thing. Higher quality models, but then VRAM usage goes up, also very expensive. Alright, I'll pass. Thanks, that's all I needed to know. Yeah, but then you're stuck with a CEX voucher. Yeah, but I want a load of stuff from CEX, because we've just got a Switch 2. And it'd be nice to get some other games for it. Because at the minute, all we've got is Mario Kart World. Which I love. I told the story last stream, but basically my kid, he's under 10 years old. And turns out, the little git has got 450 quid in his bank. He's got like one of those little kiddie bank accounts. He used to have it all in a piggy bank, and then we emptied his piggy bank, and there was like 400 odd quid in it. It's like, holy shit, you shouldn't be keeping £400 cash in your piggy bank. It turns out every time he has like birthday money, Christmas money, like grandparents always, you know, if we're going out for the day, they're like, oh, take a tenner with you, get yourself something nice from the gift shop or whatever. Like, he gets treated very well by his family, like all of his extended family. He's got 450 quid. I was like, I never had money like that when I was his age. And he was like, well, I don't spend it. I was like, why don't you spend it? He's like, because all I like really is computers. And you buy all of those. I was like, great. That was a smart move, kid. Well done. He's like, and while we're thinking about it, can I have your 4080? It's like, no, you can't. That's going on eBay. And he's been he's been sort of vaguely aware of the Switch 2 and the fact it was coming out. And he's like, maybe I'll buy the Switch 2. So he goes, because I don't want anything. So I was like, actually, that'd be really good for you. Because you'd have felt like you've saved up, you've earned it. It would feel almost like an achievement. And kind of good for you, man. Like, you've saved up. Like his brother, he'd give his brother a tenner. 10 minutes later, it's gone. Like, he's bought a toy car, he's bought some sweets. Like, total opposites. So then it came to sort of, you know, where the rubber meets the road. It was like, you're going to buy a Switch 2? And he's like, I can't do it. I can't do it. He goes, it's too much. Like, it's $430 for the Mario Kart bundle, and I've got 450, and it seems like a really bad idea to go down to 20 quid, because that's all my money gone. So he's like, nice idea, but I can't do it. And I was like, actually, I kind of respect that. I kind of respect that. And then he kind of got a bit sad about it, because he's like, well, I did really want one, but it's just, it's too... He said to me, he goes, if you had 100,000 and you spent 98 of it on something, that would be a bad decision, right? And I was like, yeah, because the ratios are well off. And he's like, yeah, same. Cheers, bye. So, yeah, I can't argue with his logic. Like, I'm kind of proud of him, really. And I sort of said to my wife, I was like, I feel like I need to kind of do this with him, to walk with him a little bit. So I said to him, if the Switch 2 was half the price, would you buy it? And he's like, yeah, absolutely. That'd be a great deal. And I was like, okay, why don't we do it together? And it'll be our Switch and we'll share it, and then you can still feel... Because I didn't want to just be like, well, I'll buy it for you. Because that would almost take away the recognition that he saved up for something and he did the right thing, and now he's got the reward that you can see every day that I saved for that, and that's how I got this thing, by not going down the whole instant gratification route. Like, I didn't want to take that away from him. So I said, it's up to you. Don't have to do it, but if you wanted to do it, I'll split it with you, because I would quite like one as well, truth be told. And then you kind of keep 50% of your money, so it doesn't feel so scary. Because it's the first time he's ever spent any money, and that's a lot of money to spend for your first time spending any money at all in your life. So I kind of felt like I needed to sort of do it with him, walk with him a little bit. So we did. We got it. We got the Switch 2 last week. It's really good. Really enjoying it. But the games are expensive. But weirdly, I looked at what my GameCube would be worth at CEX, and weirdly, they're offering more on a voucher than what eBay they're typically selling for on eBay, which is really weird. Really weird. See if I can find it. Here we go. There we go. Switch 2 Indigo unboxed, which mine would be. 115 quid. 76 on a trade-in voucher. So if we go to eBay, GameCube console, come down to sold items, because it's all well and good seeing what people want. What are people actually getting? Tested and working, $39.95. GameCube, tested and working, $31. Okay, that one got 76. $69.99. 38, 54. This one's boxed and it's a Resident Evil Special Edition, hence it went more. Doesn't read discs, okay, fine. 86 with games and carry case. 54, 53, 60. So all of a sudden, that number there, 76, even though it's CEX and generally they're in it to make a profit for themselves, I don't know whether they've just not kept up and they're off the ball a little bit, but that number's pretty damn good. Hopefully there's no one watching from CEX and they don't update it. Similarly, if we have a look at the Zelda Wind Waker, and this is what they've sold for, completed and sold listings. This is the one I've got. 30 quid, 24. Oh, that's not the limited edition one that I've got. Limited edition, 18. Best offer accepted, so therefore they got less than 18, probably. 26. That one got 59 for some reason, don't know why. 36, 31. It's going to be this one, isn't it? Wind Waker with bonus disc, manual and boxed, which mine is. They'll give you 30 quid. So they're actually quite competitive. Normally I would be like, oh no, never trade in, always sell private, you'll get way more. But looking at what they're going for on eBay, I wonder whether I'm just better off going down there. Just being like, hey, here you go. What will you give me for it all? Obviously knowing what they're going to offer online. I wouldn't want to send it in online. Thanks to the Switch 2 SD cards of having a revival then. Well, yeah, it's, is it Micro SD Express or something? Wish I had a wife like him. But yeah, I feel like, because we never had a Switch 1, So I'm kind of feeling like there's this whole kind of thing, this whole library of Switch games that we just have never played. So, for example, the Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom, Mario Odyssey, Mario Golf, I probably wouldn't. Luigi's Mansion, Mario Kart 8, even though they've got Mario Kart World 8, could still be pretty cool. What else have we got? Smash Bros. Wonder. Smash Bros. Ultimate, that would be cool. Mario 3D All-Stars. That's a lot of money, though. But yeah, there's plenty that we could be getting on with. There's the other Zelda. Minecraft. 28 quid for Minecraft, really? But yeah. Obviously, we've never played any of these because we didn't have the Switch one. So I'm wondering if I can chop my GameCube in for a load of that. Yeah, David, that's exactly the one I've got. Wind Waker with the Ocarina of Time. So that one is currently worth 30 quid. Which is pretty good. I was looking through all the games last night. They've all got all their manuals inside. Like, I obviously really looked after stuff as a kid because I was expecting to be like, oh god, all the stuff's going to be like missing, and no, it's all there. Manuals, disc is in the box, in the right boxes as well. I didn't have to like transplant discs from one box to another. Like some of the games, like the old original Xbox games, like Dead or Alive 3, that was a launch title for the OG Xbox. I put that in and they were like, we'll give you 60p for it. I was like, really? That was a great game. I paid 40 quid for that. 60p. But then my Halo 2 Collector's Edition, my Halo 3 Collector's Edition, they were like a tenner. Well, Halo 3 was a tenner, Halo 2 was 6. Part of me wants to keep those, though. But what I want to find out, actually, is what model of my PS3 was. Because look at this. Right, PlayStation 3 console, 40 gig, discounted, 65 quid, fine. I think mine was an 80. Unboxed. Mine isn't unboxed. Mind you, there's only a tenner difference between the discounted one and the unboxed. These ones... Was mine a 60? I think mine was a 60. What I want to find out, you see where it's got PS2 compatible, look at the price difference, because there was a very short period of time where the PS3 actually had a PS2 graphics chip built into it for complete PS2 backwards compatibility, and I think Sony removed it quite early doors because of manufacturing costs. I've got a funny feeling mine might be that. And look at the price. I've got a funny feeling. Or maybe it isn't, I don't know. I don't know how you find out. I think there's something to do with the serial numbers. Grading guide. But yeah, I need to dig it out the loft later. I'm going to be doing somersaults if I've got the expensive one. What do you recommend for the first VATSIM flight? Probably not what I did, Skies. I probably wouldn't go Gatwick to Manchester or anywhere like that. I would probably look to go somewhere a bit more... Maybe somewhere from Edinburgh. Edinburgh to Bergen, maybe? Single runway airports. All the controllers have always been good as gold there as well. So yeah, I would maybe look at doing that. And again, once you get out from Edinburgh, fly the departure, it's pretty much a straight line all the way there. You're probably going to... You might get Scottish control for some of it, but you might have a chance to have a breather and get your ducks in a row as well. Alright, what's weather doing? 160 and 18. Okay. QNH 00905. Yeah, freeware scenery for Bergen. For Edinburgh, I'm not so sure, though. Right, let's do our landing information. 0 fuel weight, 55.1 plus 4.5. So 4.5. That would be 55.6. 59.6 is our landing weight. Had to think about that then. Okay. Low auto brake is going to have us off the end of the runway. Medium will do it though. And max manual will stop us there. Well, let's go medium. Flaps 3 will stop us. Yeah, let's go flaps 4. Cheers, Leanne. Lee. Sorry, I couldn't make out what that said. How you doing, George? Glad you're enjoying the Phoenix. Cheers, Reedy. LFC. Is that Leeds Football Club? Yeah, you probably won't get much for your DVDs. Yeah. Is Flight Sim 24 all fixed now with the Tobii eye tracker fully working as well? Well, it depends what you mean by all fixed to. VRAM still gets used quite heavily, and there's no PMDG 737, and Chase Plane doesn't work. Those are my top 3. Oh, excuse me. Right. We'll go auto brake medium to start. QNH 09995. Temperature 12. And the wind 160 and 17. That's the minimums. $594. The Apple 130. Happy days. Thomas, how are you? When can we expect you to fly the 737 MAX? Good question, Vino. Part of me is like, I don't really want to spend any more money, if I'm being totally honest. That's the honest answer. Have I got any interest in being a controller? Probably not at the moment. I'm having too much fun flying at the moment, selfishly. £1p for a Terminator DVD. Yeah, I'd keep hold of that if I was you. I gave up on Flight Sim and sold my Thrustmaster, Airbus throttle and joystick. Less than a week later, the update was released. Oh, Stu. I'll be dead by the time I can actually control traffic. That's funny. I mean, I would put it all on eBay, but it's just effort, isn't it, putting stuff on eBay? And there's always the risk that people are going to try and return it or scam you and try and do a chargeback even though they keep the item. That's what bothers me about it. I was streaming last night and my A320 decided it's best to not go into heading nav mode. Ideal. That sounds great. Yeah, eBay is free now. But I have had a lot of trouble trying to sell on eBay in the past. It's not as simple as it looks. Top of the descent's coming up. Blimey, we're getting bobbed around up here quite a bit, aren't we? Grumpy, are your engines going up and down? I feel like my engines have been revving all the way from Greenland. Look, see him now? That might be the wind, of course. There we go. All the way up. 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 And then back down again. Back down again. Back down again. Back down again. Try Gumtree first. Yeah. I guess I could do Facebook Marketplace, but then that kind of limits you to mostly locals, doesn't it? No, eBay are free now. I think eBay have had to pivot based on all Facebook Marketplace, I would imagine. Wind is 190 at 30, bouncing around. If I didn't have stuff from CEX that I wanted to buy, I probably wouldn't bother. I still think there's something nice though, Sham, about DVDs, having a DVD collection. Like when I was going through all my games last night, I found all my Star Wars Blu-rays and I was like, oh, I thought I'd lost those. It made me so happy. Yeah, it bothers me that in this world of digital streaming downloads, it's like we're losing ownership of stuff. That bothers me quite a lot. It does bother me. I did see a thing where someone had like all their MP3s on like a, you know, on a media server. And cheers, Ryan. And they said that they didn't like that they weren't discovering as much of their collection as they used to, because they would see like a CD physically in their rack and be like, oh, I'll put that album on, and they would listen to a whole album as like a whole body of work. But once you put MP3s onto a hard drive, you just listen to one song and then you move on. So this guy made a little Raspberry Pi and got a load of dummy SD cards, printed little labels for the albums that went on the SD cards, and then they had little RFID chips embedded inside the dummy SD cards. So he would take one and then like wave it by the Raspberry Pi, and it would then read it and then play that album in full. I thought that was a really nice idea, a really nice blend of like digital and sort of traditional listening habits. Are you into vinyl, Thomas? Yeah, I mean, Benny, if anything, prices have gone up, haven't they? Okay, top of descent is incoming, 30 miles. Magni, we need to be at 4.5 for 4,000. And then we track all the way down. We should be alright. Yeah, it's weird. There was a time when I had like a wall full of DVDs, and then streaming came out, and I was like, oh, why would I bother with DVDs? And I got rid of most of them. But now I kind of yearn for those days again. Do you not get copyrighted for that then, Thomas? Or do you keep it private? In the Netherlands, they added a home copy tax to the prices of all media carriers. What does that mean then, Roy? They're so old and rare they don't get picked up. Ah, okay, fine. Oh, it feels like it's been a bit of a slog, this. It has been a bit of a slog, hasn't it? We needed to get it out the way, though, because obviously there's no other way back from Greenland than back from Greenland, and it's a long old way, isn't it? We're sort of at the halfway point, really, weren't we, between America and us. Oh, look. Is that Shannon controls on? Here's us. Where you headed, Tricky? Someone's in a jet. You can always find Tricky fairly easy. Just look for 5-7. 5-7 Tango, is that you, Tricky? Double checking my ETA for Magni. 11:50. Nice. Vagar traffic, Air Naught 308 Papa, flight level 370, beginning descent into Vagar, heading down to 4,000 feet. Vagar traffic. There we go, top of descent. How's it going, Bradley? That means you have to pay extra for buying, say, a CDR or cassette tapes. Oh, I see. So for any blank media, you have to pay a tax in case you put something on it that is a product. Have I ever tried military flight sims like DCS? I'm thinking about it, actually. I was thinking the other day it'd be fun to try DCS. Getting the exact same flight simulator when Prime Day comes. Cool. Be sure to use my affiliate link in the description. Sounds like flight sim, to be honest, Pie Cake. Yeah, well, this is the thing, Sham. I've got a combat stick that I'm currently not making good use of, and that bothers me. Well done, Bradley. I knew I could count on you. Yeah, because obviously I've got the Airbus side stick here, which is actually using a Moser AB9 underneath. Which means my Ava base is currently looking for a job. So it might be cool to do a bit of that in the house. which would mean keeping my 4080. And then my 4080 will need a processor, RAM and a motherboard, which then makes me think, do I just get a 9800X 3D for out here and transplant my PC in the house? I don't know, so many choices. So it would be really handy sometimes to have a PC in the house that is able to run the sim. Like, for example, is a Pilot's Life V2 worth it? Don't know, never tried it. I had someone else ask that the other day, and I was like, what's APL V2? Turns out everyone else knew except me. Oh man, I'm feeling hay fever again. I think I've got air sort of blowing on me that's being pulled in from the outside, and I think it's basically just peppering me with pollen. Yeah, it'd be nice to have a decent PC in the house because, like, for example, last night I couldn't get out to the shed because I was watching the kids. So I had no PC, which was fine. I played Mario Kart. I had a very nice evening. But if I had a PC that was able to boot in the sim, I could have maybe worked on transferring my 777 freighter livery into 24 for the PMDG. Or I could have maybe worked on making some screenshots. Because if you've noticed, the screenshots I use for our live streams are getting a bit repetitive. I could have gone flying and took some epic screenshots of different planes in different places, and then we could have had a bigger rotation, and maybe that would have been better. I don't know. Lots of little jobs I could have done. Pilot's Life V2 is kind of like a career mode, isn't it? I think is my understanding. And I could have played Doom the Dark Ages as well if I was inside. I'm having a great time with that, but I'm just not getting a chance to play it much. I mean, Sham, to be honest, I don't really feel like we need it because New Sky kind of becomes our career mode for the most part. Yeah, Doom the Dark Ages could get expensive because I subscribed to Game Pass to play it. Because I was like, I don't want to pay all that money for it, so I'll just subscribe to Game Pass and then play it in a month and then unsubscribe. Turns out I'm on month number 3 of Game Pass. Or 2, sorry, because it renewed. And I was like, damn it. If I'm not careful, I'm going to end up spending half of the game's value on Game Pass subs at this rate. So I almost need to just play it to get it finished. Good fun, though. Good fun. Not going to lie, guys, I could really use going into the house and using the facilities. Oh my god. What's going on? Looks busy. Oh no, it's only 2 planes. Oh look, there's an air not waiting for us. How far out are we? 100 miles. Dare I do it? Dare I do it? I think I'm going to have to, you know. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Not even 2 minutes. That's better. That's better. Does FSLTL work on VATSIM? Yeah, that's like the whole reason I use it. No, Bradley, I don't use any X-Plane. Just too invested in Microsoft Flight Sim, really, to go down the whole road of investing in add-ons and stuff for another sim. Must have been really annoying for everyone, actually, that was so deeply embedded in X-Plane, for then 2020 to come out and that, you know, feeling obliged almost to basically rebuy everything in that. Alright, we're nearly there. Oh, what's this landing going to be like? I'm not feeling great about it. Not feeling too great. I won't lie. Let's do a weather check. 160 and 18. I've lived in the Faroe Islands for 1.5 years because I had family there. Nice. Is it Faroe or Faro? How should I pronounce it? Yeah, tricky. That's what worries me. I should be able to slam the brakes on with my feet if I need to. Just get hot brakes warning. Yeah, if I have to redo this flight again, I'm going to be pissed. I'm not going to be happy. I can totally relate to how Wasp felt the other day now. That would be so annoying, wouldn't it? Two, as in the second one I said. I can't remember what order I said it in now. Landing flap 3 as the extra speed will give better control in the 18 knot wind. Oh, blimey, Wasp, now you've done it. Now you've gone and said it. Go on then, I'll do flap 3 as well. There you go, conf 3. Is the graphical update from 2020 to 24 big? Night lighting's a lot better. Shadows are a lot better. It's not so single thread limited. Clouds are better. It has wind shear. Wake turbulence. Better ground handling. Allegedly. Yeah, I must admit there are some days where I'm like, why are we doing this again? You know? But I think it's for the best. Cheers, Jack. That's alright, mate. You do you. Teetering on the edge of 24, but resistance is present. Yeah. Yeah, I can relate. I'm trying to think what I would have done had I not been a YouTuber. I think I would have still got it. because I'd wanted to have experienced it and see what it's like. And it's so obvious that this is the way the ship is heading, so it's like, you're going to spend the money sooner or later, so if you've got the money, it might as well be sooner, then you can have a look. It's kind of the view I think I would have taken. Yeah, Bradley, I wouldn't hold your breath. This one could be a bit of a squeaky bum time, I think. Getting on down there now, though. Morning, Feared Gaming. How are you? You've arrived just in time. Because we are 60 miles out from the Faroe Islands. Faroe Islands, however I'm supposed to pronounce it. Oh, I fancy a nap after this. My ability to take an afternoon nap has definitely increased. Definitely increased. A lot. And I think it was COVID that did it, you know? I could never ever nap before COVID. Like, if I was to sit down in the middle of the day on the sofa, you know what some people are like? They're kind of like, oh, I could take a little nap. No way. Absolutely no way. Could never take a nap. Whereas now, 100% I could take a nap. Unless I've just gotten older. Hopefully we'll get to see some of the islands, because, I say, coming out of Greenland, it was all so cloudy, we couldn't really see an awful lot, which was a bit sad. Having a quick look at our charts. So we're coming into Magni. Then from Victor Golf 878, we need to be at 160 knots, 4,000 feet, mandatory. Then we wiggle our way in. And even there's a slight turn, isn't there? Even after Victor Golf 807. You can see. So we sort of kink our way in there. And then there's a last minute turn. Not quite as bad as Innsbruck, but still something that we need to keep in mind. And it's going to be fairly windy. So in a lot of ways, I think a go around is more likely than not, if I'm being totally honest with you. But that's alright, we've got the time to do it, there's no rush. I'd rather, say, go around, we'll follow the dashed orange line. Back to Magni and have another go. What's that, Bradley? Alright, Feed Gaming, you said it. You seem to have an unreasonable amount of faith in me. Is there still a load of people on the ground? British Airways. That's quite a long backtrack, isn't it? There's me. Happy days. Can't believe how much these games are going for. That's the one I got. I think New Sky ignores a hard landing if you go around. Oh, does it? Someone was saying earlier, Lightning, that you can land a 7.5 there. They do cargo flights with the 757. Right, 10,000 feet. Lights on. It's about to get real. We're only 30 miles out. Which looks like a long way on this little radar thing, but it's kind of not at the same time. Destination EFOB below minimum. Ugh. That's because of our alternative, isn't it? I hope we don't get docked any points for that, because there's not a lot I can do about that now. We just have to go. 160... Delivering fish to the USA. I took a 777 in there once. It's now a diving wreck. Right. Just to add to the drama, we'll lose the music. And the METAR was 0095. That's now set. Vagar traffic, Air Knot 308 Papa inbound Magni for a runway 12 arrival. Currently 10 miles from Magni. Vagar traffic. Well, we'll see if this new flight stick's been worth it, shall we? Sure it has. I'm sure it has. $6,000 feet, 7 miles to go. Then we've got a decel point prior to Magni because we need to be at 220 knots. Cheers, Wasp. I think I'm going to need it. Us is going to need it. Gonna have to be a backtrack, I think, Linus, isn't it? Oh, there they are. I can see the islands. They're pretty. Yeah, it might be I have to disconnect. Is there 3 on the ground, is there? Oh god, there is, yeah. Well, there's an air not on the ground. Okay, we've got the bricks, that's good. Vagar traffic, Airline 803 Papa, just passing Magni, heading straight in for a 1-2 arrival on the Arnav Victor. Okay, so it wants us to be at 160 knots by Victor Golf 878, which is 2.5 miles away. So we'll go flaps 3, which is going to be our landing config actually. So speed brake is armed, flaps are 3. Keep our speed up at 160 for now. Yeah, we'll be okay with flaps 3. I've done the calculation. It should give us a bit more control. Let's hand fly this from here, shall we? Okay, let's get gear down. Okay. Vagar traffic, Airline 308 Papa on a 6-mile final for runway 12. Vagar traffic. No, I can't see a dratted thing. Good grief. Look at our crab. Follow the bricks. Why are our flight directors not aligned with the bricks? I thought they would be. No visual on the runway yet. Vagar traffic, Airline 803 Papa, short final runway 12. Where even is it? There it is.
1,000.
Okay, we're a bit low. Good God. Whose idea was it to fly here?
Above. Minimum.
Continue.
500. 400.
This place is wild.
300. 200. 50, 40, 30, 20, retard.
Come on, get down, you git. Oh, New Sky's going to dock us for that. Okay, keep it rolling. Ooh, flipping heck, that was stressful. Yikes. Vagar traffic, Airline 803 Papa, backtracking, or turning now for the backtrack, runway 30. I can even feel it.
Traffic Greenland 641 overhead waypoint Magni for the RMS to show runway 12, Vagar traffic.
What an airport though, flipping heck. We'll have to come back here, maybe from Eddie. It'd be fun to get good at this place. I think what confused me was my flight directors were showing me to go somewhere different than the bricks. Come on, don't start mucking around now. Turn, 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 turn. We've got people coming behind us. Do I like the 747? Oh, is that you, Tyler? No way you're getting out of here in a 7-4. Firm but good. Yeah, we just had to get it down. I felt like we wiggled a little bit off the centre line. New Sky will probably ding us for that. Sounds like the engines are sounding weird. Nice bit of freeware scenery though. Super Spud saves the day once again. Vagar traffic, runway 12 vacated, Airline 803 Papa.
Traffic Greenland 641 6.4 DME for runway 12, Vagar traffic.
Ah, no, Roy, that was the plan. Flaps 3 was always the plan for a little bit more control in the wind. Let's go to stand 4. This'll do. That's a nice little terminal though, isn't it? In terms of scenery. Nice. Brakes on. Just going to wait for the APU to become available, which it is. This is the moment of truth. This is the moment of truth. Engines off. God, please be more than 8.5 out of 10. And we can come and watch all the others land now. Please, please, please. 10 out of 10! God, I'm so good. Great touchdown. 315 feet per minute. Challenging conditions. Average centerline deviation 2.7 meters. Okay, so that's not as bad as I thought. It looked like that was a lot more, but that's probably because we were decrabbing for a lot of that. Here comes Linus. Don't worry, Linus. We're all watching. I felt like I was too low, though. I'd like to try that approach again. Maybe we'll do it on FSI panel in a minute. Go on, Linus. Flare, Linus. Flare, Linus. Boff. And he's down. GG's. Am I going to be a real pilot? No.
Vagar traffic, Greenland 641 going ground.
Was Linus going around? Who have we got coming in next then? It's got to be Wasp, right? Come on, Grumpy, where are you? Bloody hell, Grumpy's got ages to go. Grumpy, put your foot down. I wouldn't read too much into that feed game in the fact like FatSim sometimes shows landing gear, it sometimes doesn't. God, I'm quite happy with that. Solid effort. Solid effort indeed. And we've got that big old slog out the way. And for our next stream, we can think about going to Oslo. So if we go My Airlines, Airnaut, Awards, Euro Capitals. Yep, there we go. Done. Oslo, then we're back on the continent. We're doing shorter hops around the place, which is much more like it for me. I was kind of like low-key dreading today's flight a little bit. Just a little bit. So we'll see the guys land. We'll let the scumbags deboard, which they currently are, which is good. And we'll have another few goes at this approach with FSI Panel. Those of you that haven't used FSI Panel, thoroughly recommend it. It's an app which will basically set you up for landing. So if you just want to try a landing, you can practice it and get better at it. Yeah, I guess it's because the land sort of comes up at you all at once, doesn't it? That 30 feet call out. Who's going to make it first then, Linus or Grumpy? Grumpy's not far out now.
Vagar traffic, Airnaut 56 Papa. Turning on to final for runway 12, 15 miles to run.
Come on, Grumpy. Yeah, so what I found weird was that my I thought if I followed my flight directors, I would therefore follow the bricks, but that was not the case, which I thought was a bit weird. $50.70 will be in today. Nice one, Jay. You can see the GSX profile is paying dividends here. My parking wasn't too great though, was it? Okay, let's take external power. What an amazing place to fly though. This is definitely going to become a regular fixture, I think, coming up here. How far is it from Eddie? Can't be that far from Eddie, can it? Eddie can't be that far. Is it an hour and a half to Eddie? I reckon about an hour and a half. If I had to guess. Right, where are those two? They're not going to clash, are they? No, they're not. So we should see Grumpy. He's currently over that island, so he won't be long. 2.5 from Eddie? Really? I thought it would be less than that. Yeah, you weren't wrong, Mike. I feel like I came in too low because I was following the flight directors for too long versus following the bricks. I figured that if I followed the flight directors, the bricks would naturally fall into line, but they didn't, and I'm not entirely sure why that is. That's right, Tricky. Just a few more to go. Iceland, then Greenland, then back to here, and you'll be caught up. 1.5 from Edinburgh in an A321. Okay, yeah, so that's quite doable, isn't it? You could almost make a little return leg out of that. You could get to here, you get to Eddie to here and back in the time it's taken us to do one leg. This is an opportune little spot for plane spotting as well, isn't it? You and that 777, Tricky, honestly. Where's Linus got to? Linus is going to be following in. This is my problem with 24 at the minute. Like, Grumpy's like probably about here, but we just can't see him. Which seems really stupid, doesn't it? Because obviously we can see all the way out here. Hey, Coda. Absolutely not, Jack. We'll see some more weather moving in. So at what point is Grumpy going to just appear? Nothing, is there? And look where he is. Like, he's basically here. We can't see him. That is a shocking draw distance. Here he comes. I think. Or is that a fly on my monitor? No, I think it's Grumpy. I honestly thought that was like one of those little flies walking across my screen.
After traffic clean with 641 and beam waypoint for the Golf 878, proceeding with the Golf 878 Vagar traffic.
Grumpy's coming in hot. Oh no, it's looking alright now. Just the angle. Has Grumpy got his GPU attached? Yeah, he has. Oh, this is going to be a good one. Oh no, another go around. With his GPU connected. I'll tell you what, I'm looking pretty good here landing here straight away. Who's next? Linus is coming back in. Yeah, Eddie to here would be awesome, wouldn't it? 707. Right, I'm going to get myself set up for another landing. Because otherwise we're going to be sat here for a long time. I'm going to disconnect myself from Vato Simo. And we'll load up FSI panel. And you can all see what it's like. It's weird, every time I show this off, everyone's always like, I had no idea this existed, it's so cool. Right, select your airport, EKVG. Select runway, 12. Select fix. If we do a... There is no star, is there? We'll do a flaps full this time. If we put us 8 miles out, I will make sure my plane is set to the ready state. So FSI panel's now setting the plane up for us. Doors are open, aren't they? Select your thrust levers to the climb detent. Okay.
Terrain ahead. Pull up.
Pull up. Pull up. What's my specs? 5800X3D, 7900XTX. So now the plane is going to configure us. See how it's doing all that on its own? Arrival. ILS Victor. No, we're not doing ILS Victor. Yeah, I built my PC myself. Okay, I'm not going to take over just yet because I want to set up our approach. Arrival. ILS. RNAV Victor 1-2 via Magni.
1000.
We're going to go direct to 7876. Right, we have control. Let's follow the bricks. Okay, now we're back on profile. And in we go again. Yeah, look, my flight directors are a mile off. They're really not being helpful. I wouldn't have said. Because if I was to follow the flight directors now, look, it would bring me too high. So let's trust the bricks. See if the bricks bring us in as they should. Come on, nose down. Coming too high. Stick cam it is. So looking at the pappies, we've got is that 1 white, 3 reds, and we're on the bricks. So we're too low.
1,000.
So what do we believe? What do we do? Should I have just followed the flight directors then? That being the case, let's follow the flight directors. Yeah, now we're going to go too high. Let's trust our eyes, how about that? Trust the old eyeballs.
400. 300. 200. 50, 40, 30, 20. Retard. 5.
Is that a bounce? No, it wasn't a bounce. Oh! So what do we trust? Do we trust the bricks or do we trust the flight directors? Because both are wrong, from what I can tell. What do we do? Pappy showed 4 reds when I came in perfectly and floated. Right. Yeah. It'd be really nice if all of these systems would agree with each other, because it is a flight simulator after all. Not trying to be fussy, but it is a flight simulator. If you know what I mean. The landing sound is FSI panel. I think it's a bug with Phoenix and FSI panel, and I think they're working on it and they figured it out. Hey, Farron. Right. Let's go visual. Guys, I think I've got a problem. My air conditioner's just flooded the floor. I might have to go after this. Oh, shit. That's a problem. Whoops-a-daisy. Why was it doing that? That's bloody lucky I spotted that.
1,000.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go and clean up this mess, guys. I've got a bit of a serious problem on the go right now. Is aviation tree? Let's just do it visual. Stop mucking around. Bricks, flight directors. What an absolute load of nonsense. Let's just fly the flipping plane, shall we?
$500. $400.
Damn, that wind is strong. $100, 50, 40, 30, 20, retard. This new stick is paying dividends all day long. Damn! Woo hoo hoo! That's 3 for 3! Oh, I'm just too good. Yeah, something's gone wrong. 707. I've got a floor full of water, so I need to sort that out. So I'm very sorry, but I'm literally looking at a floor full of water. I've got a bucket, and the bucket's overflowed as well, which is weird. Yeah, I gotta go. Sorry, guys. See you for the next stream, whenever that is. I don't know, but I really need to sort out this leak. Wasn't expecting to end the stream this way. I'll see you again. Wish me luck. Bye 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 bye.